The YouTube.
You hear me? I can't talk.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Awesome. Hey,
Yeah.
invite Armando with the blue one. That's where I have most of the people at.
Yeah.
Yeah, see if it works. I can't invite nobody for the last 2 days.
The blue one. What, to this hangout?
Yeah, yeah, to this hangout, the blue picture.
Oh, okay.
Or anyone, any single one of them.
Well, your blue one's in it. Your blue one's already in it, Amando.
You sure? I don't see him. I only see you.
Blue one's in it.
Yeah.
Your colour one, Jesus is whatever, is in it.
Yeah, you couldn't say it.
I can't see it. What is it?
Oh, okay, okay, okay. What you call it? I don't see him in here,
You know,
man. I don't see nothing.
glitch.
Yeah. Invite the other Armando if you can. I don't know if you have it there. Well, that's the only one you have, the blue one.
I've got the kind of dark blue one. Jesus is God, Vargas.
That one. That one.
Yeah, that's the one that's showing up.
Damn, I'm fucking weird, man.
That's showing up on the list.
It's showing you here? Yeah, I don't see it. I only see
Yeah, that's
the one I typed in.
first.
There's a
Wait a
glitch.
minute.
All right, here, let me refresh. Let me see what's up. Well, how do you handle this whole hangout thing through the phone or through the computer?
Your laptop.
Oh, okay. Through the phone, it's a lot easier to send invites, man. Super easy. Yeah, I'm gonna go grab my phone. Hold on.
Is your phone overriding your laptop or something?
They're both connected. I could control the laptop through the phone.
All right.
Yeah.
You must
Hold on real
have
quick.
ticked
Know what?
to you must have ticked to check something in the settings or something like that.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know.
But
Like,
your blue one is the first one that's shown on the list, and then your Jesus is whatever Goldie one is second. Yeah.
but are you sure? All right, look, I'm typing in the box here. I'm writing here on the text box. You see it?
Yeah.
You telling me that those two names are in there in that box in that chat?
Yeah. Where you put the message in the side box?
Yeah. Like I put here. I put here. I only see you.
See your text in the side message. In here.
Damn, how weird, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I put here. I put here. I only see you.
Yeah, yeah, I see that. Yeah.
That one. And here, I only see you. I don't have nobody else. I'm gonna try to add Packy. Doesn't let me add anybody.
Oh, you don't have anybody else on. You can't see anybody on the list then.
Nobody. I only see you. I see me and you. Is there people in this box? There's people added?
Yeah, on this list, in this hangout. Yeah.
Fucking weird, man. The fuck is
You
going
talking
on?
about the hangout? Are you talking about the hangout chat?
Yeah, yeah, where I'm typing at. Like, look, I'll put LOL all over the place.
Oh, it's only me and you there. It's only me and you there.
Okay, add me here.
Right.
Yeah, yeah. Now I understand what you mean. Okay, okay, okay. There you go. Oh,
All right, I'm on a different list now. Right, Ledger, you're right. You should be coming up now. Yeah.
my dog, perfect. Hold on.
Now I can start adding people to this one. I was on the wrong one, was I?
Yeah, but it's okay.
What the other one added? The other Amanda?
Yeah, you can. You can. It doesn't matter how many invites you send to people. As long as we don't invite the wrong person.
Hmm.
That guy Rupert is one sensitive ass Brit, man. That's too much for me.
Yeah, yeah, too much. I mean,
Yeah, that's way too much for me, man.
can't find that one. I can't find the Goldie one now. In this. Oh, you can add now, yeah.
Yeah, those are just the fast ones that I don't have to look for them.
Is it? Maybe you have to open it up in your original account before you can start adding something like that.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. Maybe I need to go into that account, open it up, and it needs to be able to detect that it's online or something. I don't know.
Mm. Yeah. Right. Oh, buddy. See, they started chatting in that hangout instead of the text tube. The YouTube text.
Yeah, I noticed people love that. I rather type in the YouTube text than in this
Yeah, I
Hangout
would.
because it's only a limit that I could see. I can only see like the last couple things you said.
Yeah, same here. I can't scroll up on the hangout. Thing is, when there's only 3 or 4 on the YouTube text, they get bored and leave if there's nobody on it because there's 4 or 5 on the hangout chat. They're split up then. Yeah, see, they're split up now because I'm still chatting on the other bloody one.
Nah, it's okay. I let people do whatever they want to do. They can text in the back and the front. It doesn't even matter. I like the YouTube chat though. Like me personally, I'm thinking about streaming of something. I'm thinking about how do those people stream CNN or Fox or any kind of news network.
Yeah, I don't know how they get away with it. I mean, they can stream live sports and stuff, and they seem to get away with it. I don't know if they make up a brand new account and just do it temporary. I mean,
Yeah, I'm gonna figure that out, man.
I watch football, live football, and all that, and people chat on the side. I think they just do it temporary, and then give the link to their favourites. There'll be a YouTube demo about it.
So you think they're doing it illegally, and then when they get shut down, they'll just reopen it again and just illegally?
Yeah, make up a different account. I mean, they're certainly doing it illegal. You know, when they post a cable event or whatever, and they're posting it, and you get 3,000 people watching it for nothing. You know, they can't keep up with the amount of people that are doing it. Okay, with Sky Sports, big football matches, you can watch any match. 1,000 people on one stream, but one guy's got Sky Sports and he's streaming it to everybody. I don't know how to do even the YouTube text. Rose knows how to do it, and there's a couple others, but I just can't be bothered learning all that crap. Yeah, YouTube. It's quite difficult to find your YouTube chat at first for beginners, Amanda, because you're using that Armageddon, whatever name. I could find it easy now because I subbed to that name. Well, they got to subscribe to that name to find your live stream easy. Unless you get the link. Ronda Rousey don't fight the 17th. She's fighting on the 20th. Let's see if I find it. There. The Sunshine Band. We get a present. Copy. Paste. Oh, let me know. Right. Go that one. You don't always grasp what's going on, Shan, even in text. Uh, You're gonna like that. Oh well. Oh shit! Let's go fly up. Yeah. No. On the 12th day of Christmas. Right. Right. Where are we? Let's go for okay. So
speaks of the process as turning, quote, man into the estate of gods. There's an increasingly popular notion out there spreading right now that's popular among biologists, scientists, futurists, philosophers. It's a term sort of a higher level, the evolution of man to a new level. Another term for
Is it watching YouTube? Your telly on here, Amanda? Or your YouTube, wherever you're watching?
You can hear me?
Yeah.
All right, perfect. All right, I think I got it down.
What was that, YouTube you were playing?
Yeah, no, I was trying to figure out this little glitch between the mic and the stereo mix. No, I thought everybody was quiet. I was gonna play a Mike Hoger video, which the guy's super smart, man.
Yeah, may as well. Nobody here. May as well put it on.
Yeah. All right.
He is so honored by Freemasons that he is entombed in the Mother Lodge of Freemasonry in Washington, D.C. Albert Pike said in his Morals and Dogma, Masonry, like all the religions, all the mysteries, Hermeticism, and alchemy, conceals its secrets from all except the adept of the Watchman video broadcast. This is actually the first of 3 DVDs that we're going to do concerning Dan Brown's new book, The Lost Symbol. In this video, we're going to show you symbols that you may have seen. We're going to show you symbols that maybe you have never seen. We're not only going to show them to you, we're going to reveal in this video exactly what they mean. A lot of people drive by lodges in their hometowns, Masonic temples. You see them all over the place. Most people never, ever know what's going on inside of there, nor the rituals that are conducted or the things that go on there. we're going to show you not only some of those rituals, but we're also going to show you exactly what they mean. In the course of our study, we'll use several primary sources for our information. Number one, Albert Pike's Morals and Dogma. Albert Pike is known as the grandfather of American Freemasonry and was a 33rd degree Scottish Rite Mason. He is so honored by Freemasons that he is entombed in the Mother Lodge of Freemasonry in Washington, D.C. Albert Pike said in his Morals and Dogma, Masonry, like all the religions, all the mysteries, Hermeticism, and alchemy, conceals its secrets from all except the adepts and sages or the elect, and uses false explanations and misinterpretations of its symbols to mislead those who deserve only to be misled, to conceal the truth which it calls light from them, and to draw them away from it. Truth is not for those who are unworthy or unable to receive it or would pervert it. Another source that we're going to use throughout this video is The Secret Teachings of All Ages by Manly Hall. Dan Brown based a lot of his book, The Lost Symbol, upon the teachings of Manly Hall, and specifically this book, The Secret Teachings of All Ages. In this book, Manly Hall writes, symbolism is the language of the mysteries. By symbols, men have ever sought to communicate to each other those thoughts which transcend the limitations of language. He also goes on to say, in a single figure, a symbol may both reveal and conceal. For to the wise, the subject of the symbol is obvious, while to the ignorant, the figure remains inscrutable. Hence, he who seeks to unveil the secret doctrine of antiquity must search for that doctrine not upon the open pages of books, which might fall into the hands of the unworthy, but in the place where it was originally concealed. He continues to write, concealed within the emblematic figures, allegories, and rituals of the ancients is a secret doctrine concerning the inner mysteries of life, which doctrine has been preserved in toto among a small band of initiated minds since the beginning of the world. Departing, these illumined philosophers left their formula that others too might attain to understanding. But lest these secret processes fall into uncultured hands and be perverted, the great arcanum was always concealed in symbol or allegory. Those who can today discover its lost keys may open with them a treasure house of philosophic, scientific, and religious truths. Many Masonic authors teach and believe the language of symbolism got its start at the Tower of Babel, when God confused the languages of mankind. These men, realizing that they could not converse with each other in a normal fashion, began to use symbols to convey thoughts and later to conceal secret doctrines. Nimrod, the builder of the Tower of Babel and of Babylon, was referred to as, quote, the first and most excellent master. A Masonic text known as the Thistle Manuscript of 1756 says that Nimrod created the Masons and gave them their signs and terms so that they could distinguish themselves from other people. Now, in order to fully understand these Masonic symbols, we're going to divide them up into three themes or three categories. The first category is the evolution of man to godhood. Number two, a coming kingdom on the earth, or a new age, or a new world order. Number three, the rise and revealing of the Antichrist on planet Earth. Now, let's look at this first theme in understanding the symbols or the secret behind the symbols of Freemasonry. As always, we're going to use the Bible as our primary source for understanding. It and it alone has the whole truth of God contained in it. Let's look at Genesis chapter 3. We're going to go all the way back to the beginning. Let's look at Genesis chapter 3 to find the theme of the evolution of man to godhood. Remember, the serpent was in the Garden of Eden and he was tempting Eve, the first woman. And this is what he said, for God doth know that in the day ye eat thereof, then your eyes shall be opened, and ye shall be as gods, knowing good and evil. Manly Hall refers to this in his book, The Secret Teachings of All Ages, and refers to it as, quote, the mystery of human evolution, and speaks of the process as turning, quote, man into the estate of God. There's an increasingly popular notion out there spreading around right now that's popular among biologists, scientists, futurists, philosophers. It's a term called transhumanism. It is the idea that humanity is going to elevate himself above what he is right now. There are other terms for this. Homo nexus, which means the joining of man with a sort of a higher level, the evolution of man to a new level. Another term for this, homo evolutus, which basically means that, and all of this concept revolves around the idea that mankind is about ready to enter his next stage of evolution. And that stage is going to be based upon the ability of man right now, scientifically, to either alter or allow the alteration of his DNA. DNA, the book of life itself. The double helix that is the essence of humanity. A book written by God himself that is to remain unaltered and unaccented by any means. Its structure is that of a spiral ladder, joined together by the rungs of 4 base pairs, adenine, guanine, cytosine, and thymine. These base pairs are sequenced to form amino acids. These amino acids, coded together in a certain structure, form the genes that make up humanity. Our first look at Freemason symbols is the ladder of Freemasonry. The ladder reaching from earth to heaven shows the ascension of man in evolutionary steps or degrees to godhood. Related to the Masonic symbol of the ladder is the Masonic winding staircase. This was adopted from the temple that Solomon built. In 1 Kings chapter 6, verse 8, the Bible says, the door of the middle chamber was in the right side of the house. And they went up with winding stairs into the middle chamber and out of the middle into the third. He uses this symbol to show the path of illumination, man's path to godhood. In Dan Brown's own book, Professor Robert Langdon is quoted as saying, the secret hides within is the core tenet of the mysteries, urging mankind to seek God, not in the heavens, but rather within himself. In the human body, the DNA is stored in packages called chromosomes. Now, there are 23 of these chromosome pairs, or 46, inside each and every cell that you have. These chromosomes often take on the form of a cross or an X, and they're referred to as X chromosomes. It is interesting to note that in the opening chapter of Albert Pike's Morals and Dogma is the rule and gavel of Freemasonry brought together to form the cross, which now we know is a symbol for the X chromosome where our DNA is stored. Manly P. Hall writes in The Secret Teachings of All Ages, the cross is symbolic of the human body. Now, the second theme that we're going to look at in order to understand what all these Freemasonic symbols mean is the theme of a coming kingdom on the earth, or a new age, or as a lot of people are talking about, a new world order. There's a lot of things in the Bible that tell us about this, but we're going to focus specifically upon Daniel chapter 2. In Daniel chapter 2, King Nebuchadnezzar had a vision, and he didn't understand the vision. He couldn't even remember what the vision was. It was the prophet Daniel, a man of God, who came to him to reveal to him not only what this vision was, but the interpretation of the vision. Specifically, in this case, we're going to concentrate upon the fourth kingdom prophesied by Daniel in the book of Daniel, chapter 2. And the fourth kingdom shall be strong as iron. For as much as iron breaketh in pieces and subdueth all things, and as iron that breaketh all these, shall it break in pieces and bruise. And whereas thou sawest the feet and toes, part of potter's clay and part of iron, the kingdom shall be divided, but there shall be in it the strength of iron, for as much as thou sawest the iron mixed with miry clay. And as the toes of the feet were part of iron and part of clay, so the kingdom shall be partly strong and partly broken. And whereas thou sawest iron mixed with miry clay, they shall mingle themselves with the seed of men. But they shall not cleave one to another, even as iron is not mixed with clay. A lot of Bible scholars over the years have tried to identify who exactly this fourth kingdom is or where it comes from. But let's follow the principles that are given to us in the scripture concerning the number 4. In the book of Ephesians, Paul warned us that we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against 4 things: a kingdom consisting of principalities, powers, rulers of darkness, and spiritual wickedness in high places. This coming 4th kingdom that Daniel predicted is a kingdom not of men, but a kingdom of fallen angels, led by the ultimate fallen angel himself, Lucifer. Daniel also spoke of this kingdom as a beast in Daniel chapter 7, having 10 horns. The apostle John, who wrote the book of Revelation, also spoke of this beast rising up out of the sea, having 7 heads and 10 horns. These 10 horns are said to represent 10 kings that will control the population of planet Earth during Earth's last days. This brings us to the Jewish mystic symbol of the Sephiroth. It is often referred to as the tree of life, and many Masonic and Jewish authors refer to it as a symbol for the divine man. The Sephiroth contains 10 circles. These represent the 10 kings spoken of by Daniel and by the apostle John. These 10 circles are joined together by 22 paths. These paths are representatives of the 22 amino acids that are formed in the DNA of mankind. It is these amino acids that form gene sequences and that determine who we are as a species. The symbolism of the Sephiroth shows the mingling of the 10 kings prophesied in the book of Daniel with the seed of man, literally his DNA. It is these 10 circles added to the 22 paths, the 10 kings joined together with the 22 amino acids in man's DNA that Manly P. Hall says forms the 32 degrees of the Scottish Rite of Freemasonry. The third thing that we're going to look at, probably the most important thing that we're going to look at concerning understanding the nature and the core and the understanding of Freemasonic symbols, is the theme of the rise and the revealing of the Antichrist in the last days. Revelation chapter 13 verse 1 says, "And I stood upon the sand of the sea and saw a beast rise up out of the sea, having 7 heads and 10 horns, and upon his horns 10 crowns, and upon his heads the name of blasphemy." Revelation chapter 17 verse 8 says, "The beast that thou sawest was and is not, and shall ascend out of the bottomless pit and go into perdition. And they that dwell on the earth shall wonder, whose names were not written in the book of life from the foundation of the world, when they behold the beast that was and is not, and yet is." In this passage, the Bible is teaching us is that this beast used to exist, is dead now because he received a deadly wound upon his head. He's lying in the bottomless pit, the prison, as it were, that God has ordained to be let open in the last days, and once again will be revealed to mankind. Only this time he's going to be revealed not as a diabolical figure, but as God himself. 2 Thessalonians chapter 2 says, "Let no man deceive you by any means, for that day shall not come except there come a falling away first, and that man of sin be revealed, the son of perdition, who opposeth and exalteth himself above all that is called God or that is worshipped, so that he, as God, sitteth in the temple of God, showing himself that he is God." So much of Freemasonic symbolism revolves around the building of the temple of God, or the rebuilding of the temple of God. And this all, of course, is based upon the building of Solomon's temple. What exactly, however, is the meaning of the building or the rebuilding of the temple? On the outside of the house of the Temple Lodge in Washington, D.C. is written, "Masonry builds its temples in the hearts of men." Those who study the Bible know and understand that the temple or the tabernacle that Moses built in the wilderness is itself a symbol. But this symbol is revealed to us in the scriptures. The symbol of the temple is the human body. 1 Corinthians chapter 3, verse 16, "Know ye not that ye are the temple of God, and that the Spirit of God dwelleth in you? If any man defile the temple of God, him shall God destroy. For the temple of God is holy, which temple ye are. 1 Corinthians chapter 6, verse 19. What? Know ye not that your body is the temple of the Holy Ghost, which is in you, which ye have of God, and ye are not your own? So now we understand that in Christian symbolism, which is always revealed by the scriptures, and in Masonic symbolism, which is always concealed by the Masons, the term temple is a term that is used to describe the body of mankind. So when Masonry talks about rebuilding the temple, are they really talking about rebuilding Solomon's temple in Jerusalem? Or are they talking about rebuilding the temple of mankind? Now we're going to get our first glimpse into Masonic ritualism. If a person wants to join the Masonic Lodge, he goes through what's called the Blue Lodge, which is the first 3 levels of Freemasonry. This candidate is taken into the lodge, and he sees a play, a ritual play, performed right in front of his very eyes. The play concerns Solomon, King Solomon, the builder of the temple, and the candidate actually becomes a character by the name of Hiram Abiff. Hiram Abiff is known in Freemasonic lore as the builder of the temple. Hiram Abiff also is known as the guardian of the secrets of building the temple. Fearing that the secrets of building this temple would fall into undeserving hands, Hiram hid these secrets in the 2 bronze pillars that were put into Solomon's temple, known as Jachin and Boaz. Shortly after hiding these secrets in Jachin and Boaz, 3 men known as 3 ruffians tried to persuade Hiram Abiff to give them the secrets of building this temple. Hiram refused. The 3 ruffians then murdered Hiram Abiff by giving him a deadly wound upon his head. This is exactly the way the Apostle John describes the Antichrist, or the beast, who ascends out of the bottomless pit in the last days. Notice Revelation chapter 13, verse 3. And I saw one of his heads, as it were, wounded to death. And his deadly wound was healed, and all the world wondered after the beast. This deadly head wound upon the Antichrist is prefigured in types in the Old Testament. In the book of Judges chapter 4, we find a man by the name of Sisera, who was captain of the host of Jabin, who was the king of the Canaanites. Now, these are the enemies of God's people. And Sisera, upon realizing that the battle against God's people was to be lost, ran and hid himself inside the tent of a woman. And here's what the scriptures say. Judges chapter 4, verse 21. Then Jael, Heber's wife, took a nail of the tent, and took a hammer in her hand, and went softly unto him, and smote the nail into his temples, and fastened it into the ground, for he was fast asleep and weary. So he died. This also is a beautiful picture of the cross of Jesus Christ, fastened in a sure place, being thrust into the place of Golgotha, which the Bible refers to as the place of the skull. In 1 Samuel chapter 17, we have a figure by the name of Goliath. And this is interesting because we know that the number of the beast is going to be associated with the number 6. This is interesting because we know the Bible speaks of Goliath as being 6 cubits tall. He also has a spearhead that weighs 600 shekels of brass. And later on in the scriptures, we find that Goliath, of course, being a giant, giants having 6 fingers and 6 toes on each hand and on each foot. So here we have a figure in the Bible who is full of 6s. And notice how this figure, Goliath, is defeated by David, who is a picture of the Lord Jesus Christ. And David put his hand in his bag and took thence a stone and slang it, and smote the Philistine in his forehead, that the stone sunk into his forehead, and he fell upon his face to the earth. This image of Hiram Abiff appears in stone with a head wound in Roslin Chapel in Scotland. Roslin Chapel was built by the remnants of the Knights Templar, who are the progenitors of Freemasonry in America. Roslin Chapel was built to resemble Solomon's temple. It was Roslin Chapel that was used in Dan Brown's earlier book, The Da Vinci Code. If you remember, the Da Vinci Code was one of the ways Dan Brown was trying to reveal that Jesus was married to Mary Magdalene. And in the book, The Da Vinci Code, Dan Brown referenced paintings of Mary Magdalene holding a skull. When the three ruffians killed Hiram Abiff, they buried him, and acacia sprigs were laid over his body to conceal it. Acacia is a very important Freemasonic symbol. It is a symbol for concealing, but it is also told that it is a symbol of resurrection. Acacia is another word for thorns. In the symbolism of the scripture, thorns are a symbol of the curse of the sinfulness of mankind. In Genesis chapter 3, verse 17, the Bible says, "And unto Adam he said, Because thou hast hearkened unto the voice of thy wife, and hast eaten of the tree of which I commanded thee, saying, Thou shalt not eat of it. Cursed is the ground for thy sake. In sorrow shalt thou eat of it all the days of thy life. Thorns also and thistles shall it bring forth to thee, and thou shalt eat the herb of the field." Picture in the Bible of sin. Thorns are a symbol of the Bible of fallen angels and Lucifer himself, and they are also a symbol for the Antichrist. 2 Corinthians chapter 12, verse 7, the Apostle Paul says, "And lest I should be exalted above measure through the abundance of the revelations, there was given to me a thorn in the flesh, the messenger of Satan, to buffet me, lest I should be exalted above measure." Also know that Jesus bore the sins of mankind to the cross with him, and also on the cross symbolically showed the defeat of all of his enemies. Lucifer himself, the fallen angels, that those principalities, powers, rulers of darkness, and spiritual wickedness in high places, the fourth kingdom that Daniel referred to in Daniel chapter 2, and of course the Antichrist himself. And so it is that on the cross we see the symbol of the thorns. John chapter 19, verse 2, "And the soldiers platted a crown of thorns and put it on his head, and they put on him a purple robe." The prophet Ezekiel was warned that his message would be going to people who were of a rebellious house. The wickedness that was in Israel at the time prevented them from hearing the words of the prophet. And yet God encouraged the prophet by saying this, Ezekiel chapter 2, verse 6, "And thou, son of man, be not afraid of them, neither be afraid of their words, though briars and thorns be with thee. And thou dost dwell among scorpions. Be not afraid of their words, nor be dismayed at their looks, though they be a rebellious house." Now, this is going to take us to one of the most interesting places in the scriptures that I think that a lot of Freemasonic symbolism hinges around. Revelation chapter 9 and the blowing of the 7 trumpet judgments upon the earth in the last days. Here's what happens when the 5th trumpet sounds. The 5th angel sounded, and I saw a star fall from heaven unto the earth, and to him was given the key of the bottomless pit. Remember, that is where the beast is. And he opened the bottomless pit, and there arose a smoke out of the pit, as the smoke of a great furnace. And the sun and the air were darkened by reason of the smoke of the pit. And there came out of the smoke locusts upon the earth, and unto them was given power, as the scorpions of the earth have power. In this passage, we see a star falling, and I believe that I know who that star is, and I will show that to you later on in this video. But a star falls, and to him is given the key of the bottomless pit. Remember, a lot of Freemasonic symbolism deals with the rise and the revealing of the Antichrist, or the ascension of the Antichrist from the place that he is right now. The key is given to him. He opens the bottomless pit, and a horde of demons that have been held in prison since time began are now being released upon planet Earth, and their appearance is as the appearance of scorpions. Now listen to the interesting warning given to the prophet Hosea concerning the last days. Hosea chapter 9, verse 6, "For lo, they are gone because of destruction. Egypt shall gather them up, Memphis shall bury them. The pleasant places for their silver, nettles shall possess them. Thorns shall be in their tabernacles. So understand the symbolism so far. Here we have the idea that thorns represent this fourth kingdom that Daniel spoke of in Daniel chapter 2, principalities, powers, rulers of darkness, and spiritual wickedness in high places. We also understand from Daniel that this kingdom shall actually mingle themselves with the seed of men. We also see that the tabernacle or temple is a picture of the human body, and Hosea is warning that in the last days, thorns shall be in their tabernacles. Concerning this, Paul wrote in the book of Hebrews a final warning to mankind. But that which beareth thorns and briars is rejected, and is nigh unto cursing, whose end is to be burned. 1976, a movie was released that took the world by storm. The name of the movie, The Omen. The subject of the movie was about the birth and the revealing of the Antichrist. And in this case, the Antichrist is portrayed as a 5-year-old boy. The name of this boy? Damien Thorn. Now, what we've seen so far is that the ritual of the murder of Hiram Abiff is actually a concealing or actually a revealing of the death or the deadly head wound received by the beast, according to Revelation chapter 13. But the ritual doesn't end there. The key player in this, Hiram Abiff, is resurrected or brought back to life by means of what Masons refer to as the lion's grip, also known as the hand of the mysteries. And very simply, this lion's grip or hand of the mysteries is a symbol for the number 5. The idea that Hiram Abiff, being a symbol for the Antichrist who is raised back to life in the last days, is found in Revelation chapter 17. The beast that thou sawest was and is not, and shall ascend out of the bottomless pit and go into perdition. And they that dwell on the earth shall wonder, whose names were not written in the book of life from the foundation of the world, when they behold the beast that was and is not and yet is. Hiram Abiff was raised back from the dead by means of what Masons refer to as the lion's paw or the lion's grip. The lion is a symbol in the scriptures for the beast and the devil. Ezekiel chapter 32, a prophecy concerning the Antichrist in the last days. Son of man, take up a lamentation for Pharaoh, king of Egypt, and say unto him, thou art like a young lion of the nations. In his preparation to go to war against Goliath, David referred to Goliath in this way. Thy servant slew both the lion and the bear, and this uncircumcised Philistine shall be as one of them, seeing that he hath defied the armies of the living God. 1 Peter chapter 5, verse 8 tells us to be sober, be vigilant, because your adversary, the devil, as a roaring lion, walketh about, seeking whom he may devour. Now, as we said earlier, the lion's grip is a symbol that is related to another symbol called the hand of the mysteries. This hand of the mysteries is a key symbol in Dan Brown's The Lost Symbol. The villain of the book, a man who refers to himself as Moloch, who is the ancient god of the Assyrians, takes a severed hand whom he has removed from a character by the name of Peter Solomon, who happens to be the Grand Master of the House of the Temple Lodge in Washington, D.C., and places it, tattoos these symbols on this hand, and places it under the Capitol Dome in Washington, D.C. Tattooed on this hand are 5 symbols: a key, a lantern, the sun, a star, and a crown. Let's look at these symbols up close and discover their true meaning. Number 1, the key. This key is the one given to the angel that fell in Revelation chapter 9 when the 5th trumpet sounds, and it's the one that opens up the bottomless pit, or the key to the mysteries themselves. The lantern refers to the lost word of Freemasonry, which is intended to be a light to the world. The sun. In all of Freemasonic writing, the sun is always a symbol of Osiris, the Egyptian god who was murdered and was brought back to life. The star, of course, is a symbol of Lucifer, son of the morning, the falling star in Revelation chapter 9, who has the key and reveals the Antichrist. The crown refers to the crown of authority that's given to the Antichrist by the dragon in Revelation chapter 13 to rule over the entire earth in the last days. Concerning this hand of the mysteries, Manly P. Hall writes in The Secret Teachings of All Ages, besides its alchemical and Kabbalistic meanings, the figure symbolizes the hand of a master mason with which he raises the martyred builder of the divine house. Philosophically, the key represents the mysteries themselves, without whose aid man cannot unlock the numerous chambers of his own being. In the book, The Lost Symbol, Dan Brown refers to this hand of the mysteries by saying this: the hand of the mysteries is a formal invitation to pass through a mystical gateway and acquire ancient secret knowledge, powerful wisdom known as the ancient mysteries or the lost wisdom of all the ages. Revelation chapter 9 verse 1, and the fifth angel sounded, and I saw a star fall from heaven unto the earth, and to him was given the key of the bottomless pit. Revelation 9:11, and they had a king over them, which is the angel of the bottomless pit, whose name in the Hebrew tongue is Abaddon, but in the Greek tongue hath his name Apollyon. In nearly every instance, the hand of the mysteries is always shown with 3 fingers up and 2 fingers down. This reveals an important Masonic theme known as above, so below. Actually, this refers to the fusion together into one body of 2 worlds. The heavenly realm fused together in one body with humanity. And again, this is exactly what we see in Daniel chapter 2, where the 4th kingdom mingles themselves with the seed of men into one body. It is also known as the fusion of opposites. In Leonardo da Vinci's painting of the Last Supper, we see a figure standing next to Jesus, holding his hand outward with 2 fingers pointing upward and 3 fingers pointing downward, showing as above, so below. We also see the fusion of opposites in Leonardo da Vinci's painting of the Last Supper, in that Jesus is sitting next to not the disciple John, as some people think, but as what Dan Brown revealed in the Da Vinci Code, his wife, Mary Magdalene. The fusion of opposites together, male and female. The divine, as it were, in the form of Jesus, and the human in the form of Mary Magdalene. One of Leonardo da Vinci's signature works that was brought out in the Da Vinci Code, also written by Dan Brown, was a painting called Madonna of the Rocks. In this painting, we see baby Jesus bowing and giving obeisance to a baby, John the Baptist, who is giving him the as above, so below sign. Later on, Leonardo da Vinci painted a portrait of John the Baptist, giving that famous as above, so below sign. This portrait of John the Baptist was based upon an earlier sketch found in Leonardo's sketchbooks featuring an androgynous human being containing male parts and female parts that Leonardo da Vinci referred to as angel in the flesh. The meaning of this sketch is obvious. The fusion of the angelic realm into the human realm to make humans divine. Also a fulfillment of Daniel chapter 2. The artist Raphael used Da Vinci's likeness when he painted Greek philosopher Plato. He is depicted making the as above, so below sign. This concept of the fusion of opposites together, or as above, so below, is also seen in the Knights Templar symbol of Baphomet. Baphomet is seen with hands extended, one pointing up, one pointing down, 3 fingers on one hand pointing upward, 2 fingers pointing downward, and just the opposite on the other side. We also see in Baphomet what's called the androgyny, the fusion of male and female together in one body. And of course, we can also see the symbol for DNA. Famed 19th century occultist Eliphas Levi, in his book, The Doctrines of Transcendental Magic, shows a picture of the hand of the mysteries, 3 fingers pointing upward, 2 downward, showing the fusion of opposites. But notice the shadow that is created by this hand gesture, who some say is the image of Lucifer. Now let's look at the symbolism of the place where Masons meet, known as the Lodge. Freemason lodges can be seen in most towns and cities across the United States of America. But most people don't know, number one, what they symbolize, and number two, the inner workings of what goes on inside of the lodge. It's these things that we're going to concentrate on in this segment, and I'm going to show you some very interesting things about the secrets of Freemasonry concerning the lodge. Freemasonic author Albert Pike wrote in Morals and Dogma, every lodge is a temple. So already we can see that the lodge represents the human body. Prentice Tucker, a Masonic author, wrote in his book, The Lost Key, the lodge itself symbolizes the inner man. So the lodge is going to symbolize the workings of the secret of Freemasonry in the inner man. When a person joins the Freemason lodge, he is referred to as the candidate and is said to be searching for light. This is a symbolic word for Lucifer. Albert Pike wrote in Morals and Dogma, Lucifer, the light bearer, strange and mysterious name to give to the spirit of darkness. Lucifer, the son of the morning, it is he who bears the light. The Apostle Paul reveals in 2 Corinthians chapter 11, verse 14, and no marvel, for Satan himself is transformed into an angel of light. When the candidate himself is ready to join the Blue Lodge and go through the first 3 degrees, he is blindfolded, symbolic of the fact that he does not know yet who his worshipful master is. Hung about the neck of the candidate is a noose referred to as the cable toe. Masonic authors agree that it is always to be a cord of 3 strands. This cable toe is said to symbolize the death and the resurrection of the candidate, and is a symbol for the transformation of the Freemasonic candidate. We find then that this symbol is a symbolic representation of the prophecy given to us in Daniel chapter 2. The 4th kingdom literally shall mingle themselves with the seed of men, the seed of men being man's DNA. As we said earlier, DNA is known as the book of life. And this is interesting because we find that very description mentioned in the book of Psalms, chapter 139, written by David nearly 3,000 years ago. David said, thine eyes did see my substance, yet being unperfect. And in thy book all my members were written, which in continuance were fashioned, when as yet there was none of them. David, by inspiration of the Holy Ghost, was describing DNA perfectly. He was describing it as a book, and since it is a book, who wrote the book? We all know that God is the author of the book of life itself. And I want you to get this picture, because DNA is a picture of the Word of God. Here we have 2 strands of DNA, one on one side, one on the other. Those 2 strands represent the Old Testament and the New Testament of the Scriptures. DNA is joined together. These 2 strands are joined together, as we mentioned earlier, by 4 base pairs, adenine, guanine, cytosine, and thymine. And it's interesting to note that the Bible, the Old Testament and New Testament, is joined together by 4 Gospels: Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Now, seeing that DNA is a book of life, a book written by God, and is a perfect representation of the Word of God itself, the Holy Bible, there are rules that come into play here. God said to all mankind, you shall neither add to nor take away from the word that I have given you. Literally, in this case, God is giving a commandment that says no one can mingle themselves with the seed of men. The 4th kingdom mentioned by Daniel in chapter 2 will literally add to the word of God by adding a 3rd strand to man's DNA. This is symbolic of the Mason's lost word, a representation of the Antichrist, being added to the double helix of man's DNA, making a triple helix, a 3-fold cord, a cable toe. A cable toe, or a noose around the neck of the candidate, also parallels the many descriptions and the prefigurings of the Antichrist in the Scriptures. Genesis chapter 40, verse 19, yet within 3 days shall Pharaoh lift up thy head from off thee, and shall hang thee on a tree, and the birds shall eat thy flesh from off thee. This was in reference to a prophecy given by Joseph to Pharaoh concerning Pharaoh's baker, who, watch this now, was being held in prison. Joseph revealing by God that this baker would be taken out of prison or revealed or released from the pit that he was in, and he was to be hung from a tree. In the book of Joshua, we find one of the enemies of the nation of Israel, the king of Ai. In Joshua chapter 8, verse 29, the Bible says, "And the king of Ai, he hanged on a tree until eventide. And as soon as the sun was down, Joshua commanded that they should take his carcass down from the tree and cast it at the entering of the gate of the city, and raise thereon a great heap of stones that remaineth unto this day." In the book of Joshua chapter 10, you know, this is the story where Joshua commanded the sun to stand still. Joshua and his men encountered the 5 kings of the Philistines. Upon finding these 5 kings, Joshua commanded that they took these 5 kings and cast them into a pit where they were hidden. Then in Joshua chapter 10, verse 22, the Bible says, "Then said Joshua, open the mouth of the cave and bring out those 5 kings unto me out of the cave." And in verse 26, the Bible says, "And afterward Joshua smote them and slew them and hanged them on 5 trees. And they were hanging upon the trees until the evening." We also have another symbol of this in the form of Absalom, who was the son of David. Absalom, if you remember, was trying to steal away the kingdom from his father, David. David being a picture of the shepherd, Jesus Christ. Absalom would then represent the Antichrist. Notice what is said in 2 Samuel chapter 18. And you have to remember something, that in our description of the demons that are released out of the pit in Revelation chapter 9, one of the descriptions that's given of them is that they have long hair like a woman. Notice what the scripture says about Absalom in 2 Samuel chapter 18. "And Absalom met the servants of David, and Absalom rode upon a mule, and the mule went under the thick boughs of a great oak, and his head caught hold of the oak, and he was taken up between the heaven and the earth. And the mule that was under him went away, and a certain man saw it and told Joab and said, Behold, I saw Absalom hanged in a yoke." Now, let me add to this a very interesting verse out of the book of Colossians chapter 2. Notice what the scripture says. "Blotting out the handwriting of ordinances that was against us, which was contrary to us, and took it out of the way, nailing it to his cross." This is referring to Jesus Christ. "And having spoiled principalities and powers," remember the 4th kingdom? "He made a show of them openly, triumphing over them in it." The Bible is telling us that Jesus made a show, a triumphant show of his enemies while he was hanging on the cross. Notice then what the scripture says in the book of Acts chapter 5. "The God of our fathers raised up Jesus, whom ye slew and hanged on a tree." Galatians chapter 3, verse 13. "Christ hath redeemed us from the curse of the law, being made a curse for us, for it is written, Cursed is every one that hangeth on a tree." So we see here that even Jesus Christ is portraying this symbol of the Antichrist by triumphing over the Antichrist by himself, being a picture or a model of the defeat of the beast in the last days. Which leads us to another famous figure in the scriptures that was hanged on a tree. His name was Judas Iscariot. After he had denied Christ and after he had sold him for 30 pieces of silver, the Bible says this concerning Judas. "And he cast down the pieces of silver in the temple and departed and went and hanged himself." The interesting thing about Judas is that he is the only one in the scriptures other than the Antichrist himself who is referred to in John chapter 13 as the son of perdition. Now, once again, let's get back to the candidate as he is approaching the inner sanctuary of the lodge, which, remember, is a picture of the heart of man, or the temple of the human body. Remember that the candidate is searching for light, and he is blindfolded because he doesn't know yet who his worshipful master really is, or the identity of the master that he is about to bow to and serve as being a member of the Lodge of Freemasonry. His clothing is what's interesting at this point. We see that the Mason, the candidate to Masonry, is being brought in blindfolded, and he has his right sleeve up and his left sleeve rolled down. We see that also that his right leg is rolled up and his left pant leg is rolled down. Oftentimes you will see a Masonic candidate or a Masonic candidate is dressed with his shirt partially open and partially closed. Masons refer to this as being not naked, but not clothed. The key to understanding the Masonic clothing is right in front of your very eyes. We see opposites. One arm bare, one arm covered. One leg bare, one leg covered. We see the chest, the body of the man, partially covered, but partially bare. This is the fusion of the opposites, or the fusion of two kingdoms that are opposite one another. One divine, one human, one from heaven, one from earth, symbolic of the fusion of male and female together, similar to the way that Baphomet is represented. Now, before the candidate walks into the actual chamber or the sanctuary of the lodge itself, he must do so by getting permission. Permission is granted to him so long as he gives 3 and only 3 knocks upon the door. Why 3? Now, this number 3 we're going to see throughout this presentation. It is one of the most sacred numbers in all of Freemasonry. And I want you to remember, as we've already looked at, part of the secret behind Freemasonry. Remember the cable tow? It is a cord of 3 strands. We have seen that that cord represents the fusion of the 2 kingdoms. Man's 2-strand DNA being added to by a 3rd strand, a triple helix of DNA. But let's look back to the source of the number 3 and its meaning. And we go back to Genesis chapter 3. Genesis chapter 3 is the story of the fall of man. The tempter come and deceiving Eve, Eve eating of the fruit that God forbid them to eat from, giving to her husband Adam, and thus all mankind is born into sin. I want you to notice particularly what Genesis chapter 3 reveals concerning this sin. Here is the tempter, Lucifer, the serpent, speaking. For God doth know that in the day ye eat thereof, then your eyes shall be opened, and ye shall be as gods, knowing good and evil. And when the woman saw that the tree was, here it is, number 1, good for food. Number 2, that it was pleasant to the eyes. And number 3, a tree to be desired to make one wise. She took of the fruit thereof and did eat, and gave also unto her husband with her, and he did eat. Notice the pattern of the number 3 concerning the fruit that was hanging from a tree. The Apostle John refers to this in 1 John chapter 2, verse 16. For all that is in the world, the lust of the flesh, and the lust of the eyes, and the pride of life is not of the Father, but of the world. So we see that the sinfulness of man is always associated with the number 3. When the Masonic candidate walks into the sanctuary, the inner chamber of the lodge, he is walking upon what's called the mosaic pavement. It is a tiled floor consisting of black and white tiles. This shows the union of opposites, black and white, male and female, yin and yang, heaven and earth. Now, so far we have seen several examples, and we will continue to see examples throughout this presentation, that Masonry involves the fusion of things that are opposite, black and white, male and female, the union of the divine or the heavenly with the earth. And yet God reveals to us in his word that the true nature of Bible Christianity and the true belief of God is not the fusion of things that are opposite, but the separation of things that are opposite, including light and darkness. Genesis chapter 1, and God said, let there be light, and there was light. And God saw the light, that it was good, and God divided the light from the darkness. Paul reveals this same doctrine in 2 Corinthians chapter 6, verse 14. He says, be ye not unequally yoked together with unbelievers. For what fellowship hath righteousness with unrighteousness? Notice the opposites. What communion hath light with darkness? Notice the opposites. What concord or agreement hath Christ with Belial? Belial is a name given to Lucifer. Or what part hath he that believeth with an infidel? And what agreement, here it is, hath the temple of God with idols? Now remember that in Revelation chapter 13, when the beast rises up out of the sea, having his deadly head wound that is healed, the false prophet rises up out of the earth, and he builds an idol or an image to the beast, and all of the world worships the image or the idol of the beast. And the apostle Paul says, what agreement hath the temple of God, which is the human body, with idols? In other words, he's saying, and he is predicting what is going to happen in the future, they shall mingle themselves with the seed of men. How is it that the temple of God, the human body built by God himself, how is it that it could be fused with idols? For ye are the temple of the living God, he says, as God hath said, I will dwell in them and walk in them, and I will be their God, and they shall be my people. Jesus himself predicted in the last days, a last days church that was going to be the fusion of things that are opposite. He said of the Laodicean church in Revelation chapter 3, I know thy works, that thou art neither cold nor hot. I would thou wert cold or hot. So then, because thou art lukewarm, the fusion of cold and hot together, neither cold nor hot, I will spew thee out of my mouth. So now the candidate has knocked 3 times upon the doorway. He has entered into the inner sanctuary of the lodge, or the very core of what is going on in the lodge, which, remember, is a picture of the temple of the human body. The candidate is then brought to the exact center of the Freemason lodge, where he finds the altar. In the house of the Temple Lodge in Washington, D.C., the ceiling directly over this altar is a large pane of glass. This is so that the candidate can be blessed by Osiris, the sun god, by day, or by the stars, the 12 signs of the zodiac, by night. The altar is symbolic of the death of the candidate. And because it is in the center of the lodge, many Masonic authors agree that it represents being halfway between the human part of the lodge and the divine part of the lodge. So therefore, it represents the point of transformation. To the candidate, this shows the fusion of heaven and earth together, as above, so below. Sitting directly on top of the altar in the Masonic Lodge is usually a King James Bible. Now, in the House of the Temple Lodge in Washington, D.C., you may have seen a lot of clips of this. There are actually 8 what they refer to as sacred texts, which represents the volumes of the sacred writings of the various religions of the earth. One of the things that Freemasonry likes to let everybody believe is that they embrace all religions or no religions at the same time. And yet in that same building, there is a different meeting room where the upper echelon of Freemasons meet. The 33rd degree Masons meet in this special room, and it's said that they conduct various business agreements or business arrangements concerning the lodge and some of the things they do. I've been in this room, and there is the altar in the center of this room, and of course there you have the altar being in the center of the room, representing the fusion point between the human and the divine. And on this altar in particular is one book, and that book is the King James Bible. On top of this Bible, something that you will see in almost every lodge around the world is the symbol of the square and compass. Now, we're going to show you what that square and compass means here in just a few minutes, but I want you to remember the symbolism here. Remember, the Bible represents a perfect representation of the DNA of mankind, the seed of man. And now we have something placed on top of it, along with it, because they believe the Bible to be an imperfect book. It needs to have something added to make it right. Here again is the symbol that man right now is in an imperfect state. Once something is added to mankind, he will now be a perfect being, a God. This then brings us to what is the quintessential symbol of all Freemasonry, the square and compass. The images are based upon the tools of a stonemason. Almost every Masonic author agrees that the square and the compass fused together represent the fusion of things that are opposite. Albert Pike reveals in Morals and Dogma that the square represents the earth, the female, the passive. The compass then represents the heavens, or the male part, or the active principle. And they are fused together. This shows the fusion of the two kingdoms that Daniel spoke about in Daniel chapter 2. They shall mingle themselves with the seed of men. Notice this emblem from Albert Pike's Morals and Dogma, which is the cover symbol for the 32nd degree, which is called the Sublime Prince of the Royal Secret. Notice we have a figure here, a body. In the right hand, the body is holding the compass. In the left hand, the body is holding the square. And of interesting note is that this body has fused into its body two heads, that of a man and that of a woman. The fusion of things opposite together. That is what the symbol of the square and compass means. If then the compass represents the male and the square represents the female, fused together, the symbol of the letter G would then represent their offspring, or the result of their fusion together. Many Masonic authorities agree that the letter G represents geometry, or several of them say that it represents God. But one of the easiest ways to identify the letter G and the symbolic meaning behind the letter G is to count. The letter G is the 7th letter of the alphabet. And so G represents the number 7. Remember, as we discovered earlier, that the beast, the Antichrist, has 7 heads. His father, the dragon, the one who gives him the authority, also has 7 heads. This is representative of the opposite of the 7 spirits of God, or as the Apostle John referred to, the spirit of Antichrist that is already working in the earth. Masons often use multiple ways of showing or concealing a symbol or a number. Another way of showing the number 7 is by use of the triangle and the square. The triangle, of course, having 3 points, the square having 4. Albert Pike says in Morals and Dogma, 7 is the sacred number in all theogonies and all symbols because it is composed of 3 and 4. He later goes on to say the symbol of the triangle and the square together is symbolized by a warrior crowned, bearing a triangle on his cuirass, standing on a cube to which are harnessed 2 sphinxes, one white and the other black, pulling contrary ways and turning the head to look backward. And again, Albert Pike later reveals that the triangle is a symbol of the heavens, or the male principle. The cube or the square is a symbol of the earth, the female principle, and they are fused together. This design, that of a triangle on top of a cube or a square, is seen in the design of the House of the Temple Lodge in Washington, D.C. This lodge is at the opening and the closing scene of Dan Brown's Lost Symbol. Let's look a little more closely at the House of the Temple Lodge in D.C. and the design of the building. We see that the bottom part represents a cube, which Albert Pike says represents the earth, or the female principle. It has 33 pillars. On top of this is a step pyramid, which Albert Pike says represents the heavens, or the male principle. It has 13 steps. So we have the earth principle representing man, fused together in the same temple with the heavenly principle representing Daniel's 4th kingdom that shall fuse themselves in with the seed of men. And if we were to count, we would find that 33 pillars added to 13 steps gives you the number 46. This is the exact same number of chromosomes in the human cell where the DNA is stored. This is also symbolized in the combination of the Scottish rites and the York rites of Freemasonry. In the Scottish rite, there are 33 degrees. In the York rite, there are 13 degrees. Added together, you get 46, the number for the temple of man. The design for that Masonic House of the Temple Lodge in Washington, D.C. is being mirrored all over the country. Near our hometown in St. Louis, Missouri, it is the basis for the St. Louis Civil Courts building. You have a Greek Parthenon, a symbol of the cube or the number 4, topped by a step pyramid, symbol of the number 3 or the divine, fused together. On top of that, you have 2 sphinxes, and I'll show you what a sphinx is here in just a little bit. But you have 2 sphinxes, one pointing in one direction, east, and one pointing in the other direction, west. It represents the fusion of opposites together. Most people walk up and down the streets of St. Louis and never have an idea of what this building represents until now. It's also seen in the Indianapolis War Memorial and in the police headquarters building in Los Angeles, California. You might be able to see a building near your hometown with the same design, and now you know what it means. Another way of depicting the number 7 is by way of the lambskin apron. This apron consists of a triangle, which is a representative of the number 3, the heavenly, and a square representative of the number 4, the earthly. They are fused together in one apron, showing the fusion of the 2 kingdoms. Another symbol that is closely linked with the square and compass of Freemasonry is that of the blade and chalice. Dan Brown referred to this and actually revealed this to the world in his book, The Da Vinci Code. It is seen in Da Vinci's painting of the Last Supper, the image of Christ being the blade or the triangle pointing upward, the space between he and the woman sitting next to him, who is supposed to be Mary Magdalene, being a symbol of the chalice or the earth principle, and they are fused together, the human being fused with the divine. This fusion of opposites in the blade and the chalice can be seen in what most people call the Star of David, but it was actually referred to as the Seal of Solomon. It represents the key to immortality or union of the human with the divine. Eliphas Levi, in his book, The Doctrine of Transcendental Magic, calls it the chariot of Ezekiel, which is a reference to Ezekiel chapter 1 and the 4 cherubs that Ezekiel saw bearing up the throne of God. These 4 cherubs in the occult world are symbolic of the 4th kingdom of the book of Daniel chapter 2, where they shall mingle themselves with the seed of men. Albert Pike says in Morals and Dogma, "For the master, the compass of faith is above the square of reason, but both rest upon the Holy Scriptures and combine to form the blazing star of truth." Albert Pike later goes on to reveal that the blazing star actually represents the god Horus, who is the son of Osiris, the sun god. Remember, he is the one that is murdered and brought back to life. And Isis, or in other words, the male principle and the female principle, the heavens fused with earth, the divine fused with human beings, and is the same as the all-seeing eye of Freemasonry. The blazing star is also a symbol for the Eastern Star, the woman's auxiliary organization of Freemasonry, and is always seen in the form of a pentagram. Concerning the pentagram, Manly P. Hall writes in The Secret Teachings of All Ages, the pentagram is the figure of the microcosm, the magical formula of man. It is the one rising out of the 4, the human soul rising from the bondage of the animal nature. It is the true light, the star of the morning. It marks the location of 5 mysterious centers of force, the awakening of which is the supreme secret of white magic. The pentagram is used extensively in black magic, but when so used, its form always differs in one of 3 ways. The star may be broken at one point by not permitting the converging lines to touch. It may be inverted by having 1 point down and 2 up, or it may be distorted by having the points of varying lengths. When used in black magic, the pentagram is called the sign of the cloven hoof, or the footprint of the devil. The star with 2 points upward is also called the goat of Mendes, because the inverted star is the same shape as a goat's head. When the upright star turns and the upper point falls to the bottom, it signifies the fall of the morning star. Now let's look at the true biblical meaning of the symbol of the pentagram. You see that the pentagram represents a particular number. It represents the number 5. Let's then go to the scriptures to get understanding. Remember, Manly P. Hall said that it signifies the fall of the morning star. Let's look at what Isaiah chapter 14 reveals about the falling of this star. How art thou fallen from heaven, O Lucifer, son of the morning? How art thou cut down to the ground, which didst weaken the nations? Now God is looking into the heart of Lucifer himself, and he sees that Lucifer has a plan. He has an agenda, represented by the pentagram, the 5-pointed star. And here in Isaiah 14, we see Lucifer's 5-point plan. Number 1, I will ascend into heaven. Number 2, I will exalt my throne above the stars of God. Number 3, I will sit also upon the mount of the congregation in the sides of the north. Number 4, I will ascend above the heights of the clouds. And number 5, I will be like the Most High. Lucifer is saying here that he wants to sit in the temple of God, showing himself that he is God. In Revelation chapter 9, again, we see the 5th trumpet sounding. The 5th angel sounded, and I saw a star fall from heaven. How art thou fallen from heaven, O Lucifer, unto the earth? And to him was given the key of the bottomless pit. Revelation 9:11, and they had a king over them, which is the angel of the bottomless pit, whose name in the Hebrew tongue is Abaddon, but in the Greek tongue hath his name Apollyon. This, of course, is the beast that we've been talking about, the revealing and the unsealing of the Antichrist. Revelation chapter 17, verse 8, the beast that thou sawest was and is not, and shall ascend out of the bottomless pit and go into perdition. Now, you may have seen the pentagram in a lot of places, but specifically, it is commonly associated with the occult or with the religion of Wicca. Wicca practices what's called the Great Rite ritual. Let's look at what this ritual is and its association with the 5-pointed star or the pentagram. In Wicca, the Great Rite is either ritual sexual intercourse or else a ritual symbolic representation of sexual intercourse. In the symbolic version, the high priest plunges the athema or ritual knife, the male symbol, into a cup or chalice, the female symbol, which is filled with wine and is held by the high priestess. The Great Rite symbolizes creation in the union of the maiden goddess with the lover God, and thus is also known as a fertility rite. A variety of ritual occasions call for the Great Rite to be performed, such as during the festival of Beltane on or about May 1st. Author Kathy Burns reveals that the Great Rite invocation specially declares that the body of the woman taking part is an altar, with her womb and generative organs as its sacred focus, and it reveres it as such. The high priestess then lays herself down towards the altar, and her arms and legs outstretched to form the pentagram. A quote from paganlibrary.com reveals, the high priestess then lays herself down, face upwards, with her arms and legs outstretched to form the pentagram. The high priest fetches the veil and spreads it over the high priestess' body, covering her from breast to knees. He then kneels facing her with his knees between her feet. This is why in the Freemason Lodge, the altar is usually in the place of the blazing star, a pentagram. This is also why the candidate kneels before the altar. The meaning, of course, of the Great Rite ritual reveals the secret of Freemasonry, the union of opposites, male and female together, or the joining of the divine with the human. Manly P. Hall writes in The Secret Teachings of All Ages, The Pythagoreans taught that the elements of earth, fire, air, and water were permeated by a substance called ether, the basis of vitality and life. Therefore, they chose the five-pointed star or pentagram as the symbol of vitality, health, and interpenetration. Another symbol related to the pentagram is the symbol of the Skull and Bones. The Skull and Bones Society is the secret society located at Yale University. George Herbert Walker Bush, George W. Bush, and John Kerry were all members of the Skull and Bones Society. The skull and bone consists of two leg bones crossed and a skull placed over them. The skull is that of the enemy of God, the Antichrist. The crossbones are a symbol for the chromosomes where the DNA is stored. The meaning of the skull and crossbones is the mingling of the seed of men with the beast, the Antichrist. In towns and cities all across America, Freemasons are often involved in the laying of a cornerstone of a building. This cornerstone ceremony often features a stone suspended by a tripod, a symbol for the number 3, and the stone is anointed with 3 gifts: corn, wine, and oil. Masonic author Prentice Tucker refers to these in his book, The Lost Key, as, quote, the wages of the stonemason. The wages, the corn, wine, and oil are symbolic of the results in spiritual or mental qualities of work done by the Spirit in the lower natures. Corn is a symbol of death and resurrection, burying the seed in the ground, a type of the buried lost word of Freemasonry. Hence, it is a symbol for the Antichrist who is buried in the heart of the earth, the abyss, the pit. In time and in season, the germ of the corn will rise up from the ground with new life. This is a reference to the beast who was and is not, and yet shall be. Wine is a symbol of either drunkenness or wisdom. New wine, which is a representation of the Holy Spirit of God through the pages of the Bible, is a spirit of wisdom. Old wine, which is poured out by Babylon the Great, the mother of harlots and abominations of the earth, is a symbol of drunkenness. Remember, Babylon holds a golden cup in her hand, and it is full of the wine of drunkenness. This cup is also associated with what Dan Brown referred to in the Da Vinci Code as the Holy Grail, the secret of immortality, the secret of men becoming gods. Oil is a symbol of separation and anointing. This itself is a symbol of the entering in of and being led by a spirit. The symbol of corn, wine, and oil together is a veiled reference to the number 3. From Genesis 3, remember, we learned of the 3 parts of sin: the lust of the flesh, the lust of the eyes, and the pride of life. It is also a revelation of the man of sin that is to be revealed, the son of perdition. Since Masonic authors refer to corn, wine, and oil as the symbols of the wages of a stonemason, we reference Romans chapter 6, verse 23 that says, "For the wages of sin is death." The symbol of corn, wine, and oil also is a symbol for the triple helix. Wine and oil in many Masonic ceremonies are often carried in silver vessels. The corn, however, which is representative of the Antichrist, is almost always carried in a gold, showing the superiority of the one over the 2. Hence, the superiority of the 3rd strand of DNA over the other 2 strands of DNA written by God himself. Now, there is a little-known Masonic symbol called the Lewis key. The Lewis key was a device used to lift large stones into place, used in Masonic cornerstone ceremonies. The Lewis key consists of 2 half-triangle pieces of metal inserted into a corresponding notch in the top of the stone. The key is the 3rd or center part that binds them together and holds them in place. As with most things in Masonry, the secret to the Lewis key is concealed in stone. The Lewis key can be seen on an old Masonic tracing board showing a figure making the as above, so below sign with the Lewis keys for hands. The Lewis key then is a symbol for the number 3, showing the 2 half triangular pieces are insufficient without the 3rd, a representation of the triple helix, 3-strand DNA. Also referencing the number 3, we find as we walk through the lodge, the 3 lights of Freemasonry. They form a triangle inside the center of the Masonic Lodge, but not any triangle, a right angle triangle or a Pythagorean triangle. Pythagoras was a philosopher and mathematician who lived about 500 years before Christ. Albert Pike says that he was named after a python, a serpent. Pythagoras devised what was to be called the Pythagorean theorem. The Pythagorean theorem states the square of the hypotenuse is equal to the sum of the squares of the other 2 sides. Hence, a squared plus b squared equals c squared. All Masonic writers agree and understand this to be a veiled reference to the great secret. A squared, or the first line of the right angle triangle, represents the male, Osiris, one of these sons of God, or the Iron Kingdom in Daniel chapter 2. B squared, or the second line of the right angle triangle, represents the female, Isis, the daughters of men, referenced in Genesis chapter 6, or the kingdom of clay in Daniel chapter 2. C squared, then, is the result of their fusion together, the Antichrist, or the final evolution of men into gods. Triangles themselves are a very sacred symbol in Freemasonry. It is a representation of the number 3, hence a representation of the Antichrist or the man of sin. It is interesting to note that Freemasons also use the symbol of the triangle as a symbol for resurrection. But in this case, it would be the resurrection of the man of sin. It is also a representation of the triple helix DNA. Many triangles can be seen in the work and the lodges of Freemasons. The trowel of the Master Mason forms a triangle. The setting maul forms a triangle. The hands of the high priest conferring a 3-fold blessing form a triangle. This is indicative of Mr. Spock of Star Trek fame. Gene Roddenberry, who created the Star Trek series, was a Freemason. The 24-inch gauge in Freemasonry flips into a triangle, which is a symbol of the perfect man, the evolution of man into godhood. Other representations of the number 3 in Freemasonry, the Masonic hailing sign, a Mason holding both hands up. This represents the junior warden, the senior warden, and the worshipful master as the head. This is also a symbol of the left and the right fused or joined together by the head in the middle. This represents the 2 kingdoms joined together to make man into gods. Oftentimes, a Masonic grip will involve a thumb on the 3rd knuckle. Albert Pike says that the Masonic handshake represents the number 10. This is the number for the 10-toed kingdom of Daniel chapter 2, where iron is mixed with miry clay, or the fusion of things that are opposite. In this Masonic drawing, we see a ritual referred to as 3 times 3 times 3. Freemasons will join themselves together by number 1, joining their feet. That represents down below. Their upper hands are joined together. That represents things that are above. And their hands are joined together in the middle. So here you have the fusion of opposites together, as above, so below, joined together in the middle. This also is a representation of the sacred symbol called the triquetra. The triquetra is also a symbol for 3-strand DNA. The triquetra is seen in the tarot card of the Hierophant. He holds in his hands, it is said, the keys to human transformation. The numbers 3 times 3 times 3 equal the number 27. This is the occurrence of the book of Daniel in the Old Testament and the book of Revelation in the New Testament. The phrase the Most High, occurring in the pages of the Bible, is a reference to the Lord God above in heaven. The 27th occurrence of the phrase Most High in the King James Bible is found in Isaiah chapter 14. I will be like the Most High. In Dan Brown's book, The Lost Symbol, an unfinished pyramid is found in a secret chamber underneath the Capitol building in Washington, D.C. The main character of the book, Robert Langdon, has been previously given possession of the capstone, and it is told that the two must come together in order to solve the mystery and give the villain of the book, Moloch, the key to transformation. We commonly see the unfinished pyramid on the back of the $1 bill. The all-seeing eye is the capstone of the unfinished pyramid. Masons would tell you that the all-seeing eye is the all-seeing eye of providence or of God. But Manly P. Hall refers to this in his book, The Secret Teachings of All Ages, as the Masonic Christ, who is the God with one eye. The all-seeing eye capstone is a representation of the illumination of the third eye in the New Age movement and the occult. In the Hindu religion, a person will often place a mark upon their forehead as an emblem of their third eye being opened or their inner light being opened, showing in a symbol that they have been transformed into gods. This was the promise given by Lucifer, the serpent, to Eve in Genesis chapter 3, and that he promised her that her eyes shall be opened and she shall be as gods. The symbolic meaning of the pyramid is that the base of the pyramid has 2 points. These represent the current 2 strands of human DNA. It is unfinished in Masonic idealism. It is incomplete. It will be completed by the addition of the Masonic Christ, the Antichrist, the kingdom that shall mingle themselves with the seed of men. When the blindfold is taken off the candidate in the Blue Lodge of Freemasonry, it is revealed to the candidate that he is now knelt before a man who is referred to as the worshipful master. This is in direct violation of the scriptures which say, "Be not ye called rabbi, for one is your master, even Christ, and all ye are brethren. And call no man your father upon the earth, for one is your Father which is in heaven. Neither be ye called masters, for one is your master, even Christ." Manly P. Hall writes that the worshipful master is a symbol of the sun god Osiris. He says, "The sun rises in the east, and in the east is the place for the worshipful master. As the sun is the source of all light and warmth, so should the worshipful master enliven and warm the brethren to their work." One of the abominations that God saw among the elders of Israel, found in Ezekiel chapter 8, was the fact that they were worshiping the sun toward the east. "And he brought me into the inner court of the Lord's house, and behold, at the door of the temple of the Lord, between the porch and the altar, were about 25 men, with their backs toward the temple of the Lord, and their faces toward the east. And they worshiped the sun toward the east." It could be said then that the true light of Freemasonry is the worshipful master. It is the worshipful master in the drama of Hiram Abiff, with the key of the lion's grip in his hand, who raises Hiram Abiff, which remember is a symbol for the Antichrist, back to life. In the symbolism of the Masonic Lodge, you have the junior and senior warden seated to the right and to the left of the worshipful master who sits on a throne. This same symbolism is associated with the Masonic hailing symbol and the capstone topping off the unfinished pyramid. In the house of the Temple Lodge in Washington, D.C., this throne that the worshipful master sits on is exactly 33 feet tall. 33 is a number that is highly sacred to Freemasons, and at the end of this broadcast, we will show you exactly what this number 33 means. One of the most significant and telling symbols in all of Freemasonry are the symbols of the 2 pillars of the temple, Jachin and Boaz. They are seen in the house of the Temple Lodge in Washington, D.C. as 2 sphinxes. A sphinx is the fusion of a human and a lion, revealing the purpose of the 4th kingdom in Daniel chapter 2, when they shall mingle themselves with the seed of men. One sphinx has the ornament of a female. The other has the ornament of the male in the form of a serpent. Often you will see Jachin and Boaz and Masonic emblems topped with a globe. One is a representation of the earth. The other is a representation of the stars. Again, this shows the mingling of the two kingdoms or the two realms in Daniel chapter 2, the earthly realm with the divine or angelic realm. But the most telling aspect of Jacob and Boaz and what they really represent is revealed to us in the pages of the scriptures. Remember that the temple is a picture of the human body. Solomon built in the entrance to his temple 2 pillars made of brass. 1 Kings chapter 7 gives us a number associated with those 2 pillars. For he cast 2 pillars of brass, 18 cubits high apiece, and a line of 12 cubits did compass either of them about. And he made 2 chapiters of molten brass to set upon the tops of the pillars. The height of the one chapiter was 5 cubits. The height of the other chapiter was 5 cubits. This gives the total height of the 2 pillars in Solomon's temple as 23 cubits apiece. This is the exact number of chromosome pairs that are found in every cell of the human body where our DNA is stored. Often in Masonic emblems, you will see Jacob and Boaz joined together by an arch, the royal arch of Freemasonry. As in stonemasonry, both the strength and the binding together of the arch lies in the keystone. The imagery is that of 2 opposites, male, female, heaven and earth, the human and the divine, held together by the keystone. The keystone is related to the lapis lazuli, or the hidden stone, or the lost stone, or the lost word of Freemasonry. This stone or lost word lies buried and is waiting to be revealed in due season. The keystone then is another symbol for the beast who was and is not and shall ascend out of the bottomless pit. It is interesting to note that Pennsylvania is referred to as the Keystone State because it lies in the center of the 13 original colonies. It was there that our nation was first founded. Another form of Jacob and Boaz with the royal arch is seen in the equinoxes. 2 days out of the year, March 21st and September 21st, are the 2 days of the year when there is an equal amount of hours in both day and night, 12 hours in the day, 12 hours in the night. This is, in Masonic imagery, a symbol of the fusion of opposites, day and night, earth and heavens, human and divine. Now, here's an interesting fact. The center point or keystone of the equinoxes falls on December the 22nd. This is also known as winter solstice. There was a feast in ancient Rome in the ancient mysteries referred to as the Saturnalia that surrounded the keystone day of December the 22nd. The ancient priests believed that the sun represented their god who was murdered by the 3 killers or 3 months of autumn, which also is a symbol of the 3 ruffians who killed Hiram Abiff. His death occurred on the keystone date, December the 22nd. After 3 days, he came back to life, seen as the days getting longer, and revived on December the 25th, which is a celebration of the rebirth of the sun god. Is it possible that the Bible was referencing this when it says in Revelation chapter 11, and when they shall have finished their testimony, speaking of the 2 witnesses, the beast that ascendeth out of the bottomless pit shall make war against them and shall overcome them and kill them. And their dead bodies shall lie in the street of that great city, which spiritually is called Sodom in Egypt, where also our Lord was crucified. And they of the people and kindreds and tongues and nations shall see their dead bodies 3 days and a half, and shall not suffer their dead bodies to be put in graves. And they that dwell upon the earth shall rejoice over them, and make merry, and shall send gifts one to another, because the 2 prophets tormented them that dwell on the earth. Another representation of the equinoxes, or the pillars of Jacob and Boaz, are seen in the 2 saints, John the Baptist, and John the Divine. These 2 men represent the rough and smooth ashlars of Freemasonry, or the rough and smooth stones of Freemasonry. John the Baptist represents the rough ashlar. John, the Revelator, represents the smooth ashlar. The symbol of the rough ashlar and the smooth ashlar, or the rough and smooth stone, represents the imperfection of man being brought to perfection by the working tools of Freemasonry. Often in Masonic imagery, you'll see two lines. They represent the saints, John, and they fall on either side of a circle with a dot in it. This is referred to as the point within the circle. Dan Brown refers to it in the law symbol as the circumpunct. The circle is the symbol for the female. The point is the symbol for the male. This shows again the union of these two opposites to produce godhood. Also associated with the equinoxes, or the two pillars of Jacob and Boaz, is the equality symbol, usually represented by a pair of balances. These show equality, or things that are fused together and balanced and equal. Balance is a core principle in many Asian philosophies, and it is the central theme behind the yin-yang. The idea of balance can be seen on the tarot card of justice. Here we have a woman, a goddess, holding a sword in one hand representing the male, and a pair of balances in her other hand representing the female, the fusion of opposites together. This same symbol can be seen on the exterior of many courthouses all across America. One of the more prominent Masonic symbols is that of the Rose Cross, seen here on a Masonic temple in McAlester, Oklahoma. Albert Pike said the rose and the lotus are yonic emblems, signifying primarily the maternal creative mystery, which basically means that the rose is a symbol for mystery, Babylon the Great, the mother of harlots and abominations of the earth. According to Dan Brown's earlier novel, The Da Vinci Code, a common phrase for those involved in mystery religions and secret societies is that of sub rosa, which means under the roses. This symbol, when used, is used to indicate something that's done in secret, or something that is concealed, or something that is hidden. The symbol of the rose is often used in Roman Catholic cathedrals. Many of these Roman Catholic cathedrals were built by the Knights Templar during the Middle Ages. In the Templar-built Rosslyn Chapel in Scotland, we see roses adorning the ceiling. Often these roses come in the form of a 5-petaled rose, which is the form of a pentagram. Here again, we have a secret symbol for the number 5, which refers us to Isaiah chapter 14 and Lucifer's 5-point plan. I will ascend into heaven. I will exalt my throne above the stars of God. I will sit also upon the mount of the congregation in the side to the north. I will ascend above the heights of the clouds. I will be like the Most High. This also brings us to an association with the 5th trumpet in Revelation chapter 9. It was also revealed in Dan Brown's Da Vinci Code that the word Rosslyn was a way of saying rose line. Now, in the Da Vinci Code, Dan Brown explained that the rose line was supposedly the secret bloodline that existed between Jesus Christ and Mary Magdalene. So the phrasing is simple. The rose line refers to the male principle joining with the female principle, or the divine joining with the human and producing the Antichrist in the last days. The rose cross was one of the fundamental symbols of the Rosicrucians, whose influence helped form Freemasonic philosophy. Again, in the Secret Teachings of All Ages, Manly Hall writes that the rose equals the symbol for the female, and the cross is the symbol for the male. These items then are fused together to form the God-man. The symbols of the male and the female can also be seen on the porch of the same Masonic temple in McAlester, Oklahoma. Closely related to the symbol of the rose cross is the symbol of the cross and the crown. The cross represents the male. The crown represents the female. They are fused together to form the God-man. This symbol is seen right outside of a church in Missouri. This symbol was also used on the tombstone of Charles Taze Russell. Charles Taze Russell was the founder of the Jehovah's Witness cult. The Jehovah's Witness idea was based upon the early Gnostics around during the days of Paul. The Gnostics believed that every human being had a divine spark, or a spark of divinity, located deep inside of them, awaiting a ritual or awaiting a certain point in time when that spark would erupt into the full flame of divinity, making the human divine. The five-pointed rose symbol is also seen on the death card of the tarot. Its number is 13, showing its relationship to mystery, Babylon the Great, the mother of harlots and abominations of the earth. One of the most interesting aspects about the rose is that the rose conceals the thorn. Hence, the thorn mingled with the seed of men in the form of the cross, the X chromosome where the DNA is stored. The emblem of the broken column features a woman weeping over a broken column holding a sprig of acacia. Father Time is pouring ambrosia over the ringlets of her hair. Most all Masonic authors agree as to the nature of the symbolism of the broken column. The broken column represents the dead Osiris. He is the god who was murdered. He is a type of the Antichrist. The woman represents Isis weeping over the murder of Osiris. This same ritual was referred to as one of the abominations that God showed to Ezekiel in Ezekiel chapter 8, where the women were weeping over Tammuz. The old man is regarded as time. Masonic authors teach that Father Time is a symbol for Saturn. Saturn, in turn, is a hidden symbol for Satan. Ambrosia is any food or drink of the gods that gives immortality and godhood to man. As we saw earlier, acacia is a thorn tree and is a symbol for the Antichrist. The ambrosia being poured into the ringlets of her hair, the ringlets of her hair represent a symbol for the double helix of DNA. So far in this presentation, we've seen several examples of the Antichrist being represented as being dead and then being brought back to life by some ritual or at some point in time. One of the key symbols that is related to that is the symbol of the tomb or the casket. In the Secret Teachings of All Ages, Manly P. Hall says that Hermes, which is a form of Hiram Abiff, was buried and a great treasure was placed in his tomb, a treasure of secret knowledge. This is related to the Masonic lost word that is buried and hidden in a tomb, awaiting to be revealed. It was under the tombs that the supposed treasure of the Knights Templars was found or discovered in the movie National Treasure. This teaching is at the core of Dan Brown's book, The Lost Symbol, an ancient secret or treasure buried and accessed by a mystical port. Here's a quote from Dan Brown's The Lost Symbol. Legend holds that the verbum significatium is buried deep underground, where it waits patiently for a pivotal moment in history, a moment when mankind can no longer survive without the truth, knowledge, and wisdom of the ages. At this dark crossroads, mankind will at last unearth the word and herald in a wondrous new age of enlightenment. In Albert Pike's book, Morals and Dogma, he teaches that Hiram Abiff is related to Osiris, the sun god, who was killed by his brother Typhon by placing him in a casket. His wife Isis, who represents the moon, retrieved the casket and concealed it. Albert Pike also says, in the mysteries of Phoenicia, established in honor of Tammuz or Adonis, also the sun, the spectacle of his death and resurrection was exhibited to the initiates. A figure was exhibited representing the corpse of a young man. Flowers were strewed upon his body. The women mourned for him. A tomb was erected for him. What is interesting to note about all this is that these images of Osiris or Tammuz or Adonis are almost always in the image of a young man. The image of a young man adorns the tarot card, the Hanged Man. Once again, we go to Manly P. Hall in his Secret Teachings of All Ages. He says, quote, Mithra was put to death by crucifixion and rose again on the 25th of March. The body of a young man, apparently dead, was exhibited, which was feigned to be restored to life. By his sufferings, he was believed to have worked their salvation, and on this account, he was called their Savior. His priest watched his tomb to the midnight of the...
Hello. No, let this guy keep running, man, because he's talking nonsense left and right. It's a whole bunch of fun to comment over, the confused, I guess, hole of emptiness that he just throws ideas into. I thought he was going to be a Freemason, calling it out for what it is. He goes off to Wicca and all sorts of other stuff, you know, like that Lewis key, right? If you like I pointed out, man, if you look at it reasonably, the huge stone, you basically chip basically a square into it, but you angle it out, you know, in triangle fashion. And then that Lewis key is basically a 3-part hook. That's what it is. Technically, it's a hook. And you put the 2 parts in there, right? And then you put the straight part in there. You put the pin through it. You put a loop over that. And you pick up this heavy stone, put it in place, take the pin out, disassemble the key, and that's your cornerstone. And it's all spiritual. It's stupidity. That's what it is. That's stupidity, man. Even ancient Egypt was doing that stuff. They just gave it a different name in modern times. What's the matter with these people? And this guy's just wasting his time. He goes from Freemasons to God to Wicca to Satan to this or that. I thought he was going to call out the Freemasons. Why not just stick with the topic? I mean, what guy would want his girlfriend to go screwing around while he's out on a date with her? Huh? He's spending all this money trying to impress the girl, you know. He's got a car, you know. He takes her over to the local snack bar, you know, the hop, and everybody gets together. All the teens are there, and he's like having all sorts of cool fun. And his girlfriend walks off, you know, goes out there and talks to the other guys, you know. It's like, and he's like, well, what? Why am I being muted when I'm having so much fun with the facts here? I'm having fun with facts. You know, if the guy can't stay on the topic, I guess, you know, I guess I'm going to have to mic out, man, because I'm getting muted. Mic out. Oh, now I'm back on again?
Hey, can you hear me? Can you hear me? No?
Yes, sir. You're clear.
Okay, boom. The fuck are you talking about, man? You don't even know. You wasn't here in the beginning of the video. You wasn't here about what he was talking. Shut up, Ronin. I'm talking, Ronin.
Mic out.
Okay? No, all right then. So like I was saying, you wasn't here in the beginning of the video. The whole video was about masonry, man. What the fuck are you talking about, kid? Just because your son is in masonry and he doesn't tell you nothing about masonry doesn't mean that nobody knows, man.
No, Armando Vargas. They keep bringing up that one panel there. It says Freemasonry revealed, and it keeps repeating that as the topic, and it keeps going off of topic. I'm wondering, like, well, this sounds like
he's not going off topic. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
But he's not revealing anything. What he's not explaining.
Yes, he is. He's revealing transhumanism. He is revealing that men will be demasculated and turn into women. You're gonna tell me that's not what you see, sir?
No, technically.
Oh, sure. So you don't believe in transhumanism? You don't believe in singularity?
Because they're talking.
You don't believe in singularity?
They're talking from ignorance.
No, Ronan, stay to the topic. You don't believe in singularity?
A singularity happened, yes.
Okay, then that's what he's revealing. You see, you're not even listening.
That's not.
Your mind is polluted, sir.
No, it's not polluted. It's quite clear.
Yes, it is, man.
Questions, and if they can't answer my questions, I go find the answer for myself.
Yeah, I know, and then you invent the answer. You said it the other day.
Prove it.
You said the other day that you invented a new science. This is called new science. This is Ronan Kanushi speaking.
Science. No, I didn't say new science.
Nobody wants to hear new science
I didn't say new science, Armando Vargas. I never said new science. I just said I built
upon new science. You're lying.
Foundation, and I came up with an idea that explains that.
Right, but your idea does not exist.
Right, it's an observation.
It only exists in your mind.
It's an observation. I can prove it. I offer a test.
It doesn't matter. So you're the only one that knows this science, Ronan.
No, look, my idea came based.
Stop saying your idea. Your ideas are never your ideas. You know that.
No, I just
know that.
I just have an idea.
You don't create nothing here. You borrow, modify, and edify in order to convey your ideas.
No, I built on the established science that can be proven.
There you go. So it's not yours if you're building on a foundation that you did not create, sir.
Sir Albert Einstein did the same thing. He says, if I was seen
Yeah,
further,
but you're not Albert Einstein.
I stood on the shoulders
You're not
of
Albert
giants.
Einstein, Ronan. All right, I'm not marveled
Isaac
over
Newton.
intelligence.
I'm sorry, that was
or
Isaac Newton. I was
eloquency of
wrong. I was wrong.
words.
I was wrong.
I'm not
Isaac
marveled.
Newton. Isaac Newton said, if I have
Fuck
seen
Isaac
further. Wait a minute. He's the one that basically contributed a lot of things that go into building these
I
computers.
don't follow no man. Fuck Isaac Newton, man.
It's an idea, not the man. The theory that can be proven basically made these computers that you and I are communicating through.
That's not true. This is
That's
just the
true.
product
Okay,
of being
okay,
able
where
to
in the
store
Bible-
memory inside of
Where in the Bible does it explain,
What are
thermodynamics?
you talking about? There is information stored inside the Bible, similar to
Where
how
is it?
information
Where
is
is it?
stored here.
I read the book, and it's not there.
You've never read the book. You're a liar.
I don't see anywhere. I can't. I haven't found it.
You made your choice. You made your choice on what the book is at 13 years old, which is the convenient age of a person that is lying to me about saying that you made a choice at 13. I don't even think you remember when you were 13.
Yes, I do. I know you remember when you were.
Well,
young.
I know that you were stupid at 13. That's what I do know.
I know I was ignorant. I didn't know
And there
the
you
things.
go.
That's
So
why
you
I
made a
read
choice. No, you're
the
telling
book.
me that you were ignorant and you made a choice that God does not exist
I
at
made the
13.
choice to read the
which-
book, and I can
free
give you
choice.
examples. And I can give you examples why I decided to leave.
It doesn't matter what you decided. What I'm saying is that your mind was ignorant. So you made a choice with an ignorant mind about something you do not know.
Well, no. After I read the book, I knew.
I don't want you to say the same thing over and over again. I just want you to understand that you were an ignorant child
I did
when you
not
made the
right.
choice.
And I made a choice, right?
Okay. No. I want you to say I was ignorant when I made the choice when God does not believe. That you
No,
don't
I
believe
was
in
not
God.
ignorant. No.
Oh no. Oh no. You
Before-
just said a couple minutes ago that you were.
No, you're mixing things again.
Oh, so you wasn't ignorant. So you gained intelligence from
ignorant
denouncing God.
before. I was ignorant before I read the Bible. After I
Oh,
read
so the Bible gave you
after
wisdom.
I read the Bible, I made a choice. Okay.
Right. So you were ignorant before, but you wasn't ignorant after, right? At 14, were you still
I
ignorant?
didn't say that. I didn't say that. You see, you're twisting my words again.
I'm
I
not twisting
said I was
nothing. I'm
I
saying that
didn't
you were
say
stupid
that.
at 13. I'm saying you were
I did
stupid at
not
13.
say that.
You agreed. Listen,
I
I said you were
ignorant
stupid at
about
13. I said you were stupid at 13. You agreed that you were stupid at 13.
No. There's a difference. There's a difference between ignorance and stupidity.
Oh no, then we're done, man. You're playing with words. You're playing
No, I'm
semantics.
not.
Yes, you are. You're
So
playing
you saying
semantics.
God and Satan is one and the same? Is that what you're
No,
saying?
I'm telling you that
That's what you
stupid
just told
and
me.
ignorant
That's
is
what
the
you just
same
told me,
thing.
Fernando Vargas. It doesn't
telling you
matter
that
the
stupid
word
and
because God
ignorant
and
is the same
Satan are
thing.
one and the
If you
same.
do not know about something, you are stupid to that information.
No, that's two things. That's two words.
No,
Ignorance
sir. You are
and
playing
stupidity are
semantics.
two
There's
words.
only
Like
a
God
handful
and
of words.
Satan are two
There's
words.
a handful of words that mean the same thing
They're-
over and over again. You could
What do you
use
mean?
all the
God
words.
and Satan is one and the
you could
same. You're
change the
saying
word.
that to me
Shut
just
up,
now.
Ronan. Shut up. You could use the word God and use energy in the same sentence. And I hear God, you say energy. You're playing semantics.
No, I'm not playing semantics because that's two different things. Energy can be observed, it can be tested, it can be utilized.
Liar. Energy cannot be observed.
It's called
You're a
electricity,
liar.
for example.
You're a liar.
Electricity.
You're a liar. The only thing that could be observed are things that you can see with the human mind, and you cannot see energy. You are a liar, sir.
I can test what I can observe.
No, I'm saying observe is with the eyes, sir. Observation.
No.
It's
It's not
with
necessarily
your
just
eyes,
an eye.
sir.
You can hear something. You can observe.
You can't hear
music
energy either.
by
You can't hear
listening.
touch. You can't hear touch or even see energy. So you cannot observe
You
energy.
can see
You are a liar.
energy. Yes, you can.
What
see
we
it.
could do is
Yes,
create
you can
energy.
see it. It's
We could
called the
create
wind.
energy.
Have you ever seen the wind go through leaves in a tree?
Yeah, but it's not made from human construct. That's what I'm saying. You don't create or control the wind.
Right.
You don't do none of it.
Right.
You
You
sit
can
there
observe
and
it. You can
can
observe
hear
it.
You can hear it. You
You
can't see
feel
it.
the
You can
wind.
feel it, but you don't know if it's coming from your left. You don't know if it's coming from your right. You can't tell, sir.
You can see the wind in the leaves. You can feel the wind on
You
your
are a
skin.
liar.
You can hear the wind in your ears. You can taste the
Yeah,
wind.
but you can't tell where it's coming from.
Well, yes, you
The wind
can.
could be coming from the north,
Yes, you
and
can.
you could assume it comes from the east.
You can tell where the wind is coming from if you close
Liar.
your eyes. If you close your eyes and you're standing outside and it's a windy day, obviously, they tell you, okay, close your eyes.
Liar.
But
Liar.
come on, you can
You are
close
a
your
devil,
eyes.
man. You're a liar.
Come on, Armando Vargas. You can close your eyes and face the wind. Anybody can do. Anybody
You
reasonable.
can't tell where it
people
comes from. You can't
can.
tell
Wait a
where it's
minute.
come from.
You can feel the wind. You can close your eyes outside
You
when
can't
it's a
tell where it's
windy
come from.
day, and you can turn your body
No,
to
you
face the
can't
wind.
tell where it's come
You
from. Is
can't
what
do
I'm
that.
saying.
You're saying
We're
you
not
can't
talking.
do
I don't
that.
want to talk about nonsense. I'm
It's
telling
not
you
nonsense. It's simple
where it comes
observation.
from.
You know which way the wind is coming from, even if you have your eyes closed. You can't do that. You're saying you
You
can't
can't
do
tell
that.
where it comes from, Roman. Period. I
Yes,
don't know
can
why
tell
you're
you-
able.
can
I don't know
tell
why
you-
you want to put a handle on everything.
I can
if
tell
it's
you how it happens. Yes, I can tell you how
you're
it
a
happens.
liar, Ronan. You're a fucking liar,
It's called
sir.
meteorology. It's called meteorology. That's
I don't
what,
care what you call it. I don't
No,
care
that's
what
what
you
the,
call it.
that,
What I'm
it's a
saying is that you
different
can
science
tell
discipline,
where it comes
Armando
from.
Vargas.
You cannot tell where it comes from, sir. You just
Yes,
can't.
It can
You just
be
can't. You're not.
observed.
You're not a better human being. Your ears and your sight is all diluted. What I'm telling you is that I'm
No,
younger
it's
than you,
not. No,
and I
it's
can't
not.
tell where
can-
the wind
I can
comes
prove-
from. And
I
you're
can
telling me
prove-
that you, at an old age, could tell me that the wind is coming from the east, and it could be coming from the north. It could be coming from the west. It could be coming from anywhere.
If you went to the middle of a field and it was a windy day and close your eyes and then someone had say, okay, face the wind.
It would hit your face. You would assume it comes from somewhere, but you would not have to. You would not have an accurate
I can
answer.
explain how it's created. The wind is created.
Yes, go ahead. Show me.
Okay, it's called the heating and rotation of the earth.
Yeah,
At the
I heard this
poles-
already. We all went to the same school. We all went to the same school.
Well,
Don't.
then, wait a minute,
fuck
you're
that.
just agreeing with me and you tell
No,
me.
the problem is that we all went to the same school. You don't know nothing more than I know. You don't know more than what everybody else knows.
Wait a minute, you studied wrestling. I didn't study wrestling.
Who the fuck studied wrestling? I told you I wrestled.
What, no, but you have to study your opponent, do you not? You have to study the moves,
No.
don't you? Wait a minute.
No,
You weren't disciplined in Greco-Roman wrestling in school. It's called a discipline.
Greco-Roman wrestling. I was
It's
just in
a- you have
American
to-
wrestling.
No, it's the style is called Greco-Roman. But
You see what I'm saying?
is
You're adding titles
you
to
didn't
things
have
you
a
do not
coach.
know.
You
You
didn't
see,
do it in
I know
school.
what
so you didn't-
Greco-Roman is, and you are talking about one style of wrestling
You're saying
compared to another. You don't know what you're
again.
talking
I'm not
about.
talking. I'm not talking WWE. I'm not talking WWE.
Listen,
I'm
you are
talking
not.
Hispanic.
Listen. You are not educated in Greco-Roman wrestling. You're not
I
educated
know,
in American
you are.
wrestling.
But
You
what I'm
are
saying-
claiming to know these things, and you're mingling two things that have nothing to do with each other. I'm telling you.
No,
Jiu-jitsu is a form of wrestling.
no.
Are you going to disagree?
I'm telling you that you
Listen,
were
no. Is
educated in
jiu-jitsu
that.
a form of wrestling? Yes
You-
or no?
I'm telling you that you were educated in
You
that.
see, you're being
telling me
evasive.
that you're educated
You're
in
being
that. You're
evasive.
giving me questions from that discipline. I was not
No, I'm
educated
asking you to
in
know
that.
where your
You
intellect lies.
know more
To
detail.
find out if you believe jiu-jitsu and wrestling are synonymous.
They're two different things. It's a different discipline.
There you
and
go.
approach.
So how come wrestlers gravitate to jiu-jitsu faster than a boxer?
Because it's related to it closer.
There you go. But I said that. I told you if they're synonymous, and you said they're
not,
related.
it's not synonymous. The approach to the discipline is different, except those two disciplines are related. Okay, they're
I know.
related.
I know, sir.
Right?
I know.
Okay,
This
so
is
you
what I
know
was
that,
trying
and
to
I'm
get
not
you to
one that's
say.
ignorant, and I've never studied that stuff.
You don't need to study. You don't need to
Yes,
study.
you
But
do.
you
Don't
said
study.
you said that they were different, and I'm telling you they're the same. Now you say they're related.
Disciplines are different. The mechanics of it are related. Do you understand that?
It's all the
Okay,
same.
okay.
Shit.
The two disciplines of boxing and taekwondo, right? I studied both of those things. I can't use my legs in boxing. I used to spar with the.
They're not related.
But,
Boxing and taekwondo are not related.
It's
Tell me they're related.
It's a form of combat.
I know, but tell me they're related. I bet you can't say that.
I just said they aren't related.
Okay, perfect.
I just
then we
said
agree
that.
on that.
Because you can use your legs in Taekwondo to strike.
Taekwondo is legs mostly, and boxing is arms.
Jump kick. That's right. Okay. So you know,
They're not related. But
obviously,
jiu-jitsu and wrestling are related.
Unless the person is very disciplined, you know, and can hold his temper, you know. And I'm boxing. I've never kicked while I was sparring with the boxing team. I never joined the team, but I used to spar with them. But I was disciplined to the point that I'm not going to throw a kick, right? I'm disciplined because those are two different ideas, okay? And that's what all I'm saying. An observation is the same thing. Two different ideas. You, the person observing something. Observation is something outside of you. Like I asked, if you stood in the middle of a field with your eyes closed and someone told you, face the wind, you could do it by the sense of feel. That's all I was explaining. Simple idea. Same thing with that guy we're talking all over the map about one thing, and he can't focus on the one thing. That's the whole point that I'm making with this guy wasting time on air. If it's going to be just a Masonic idea, stick to it. And he goes off to Wicca, this and that. So in other words, ancient symbolism is all related. Fine. If you're saying jiu-jitsu and wrestling are related, great. So it's all related. And so it still comes down to basic angles, you know, and people utilize the same basic angles. And what difference is that? So they're trying to blame Masons for what? They built something?
No.
They're the enemy because they built something? And all of them have to believe in a God. I know.
Hey, let me ask you something. How can you get the...
My son told me about that you have to believe in a higher power, a God.
Of course.
I can never be a Mason. I don't want to be a Mason.
Hold on. You can't talk about him?
What's that?
You can't talk about him. You can't talk about God in a lodge, nigga.
I don't talk about God. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I don't talk about God. I ask.
No, I'm not talking about you. Listen to the words I'm saying.
Go ahead.
They could believe in God all they want. You can't sit there and talk about God in a lodge.
Okay.
You understand what I'm saying? So fuck that. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? How can you believe in God but you can't speak about God?
But
whoever's a Mason in your family is a weak individual.
They have to believe
I can speak about God
in
anywhere
a God.
I'll speak about God in school. I'll speak about God in here. I'll speak about God at work. Nothing is gonna prohibit me from speaking about God. I don't give a fuck about no God.
You're right.
So no, there's a difference between me and your son. Is what I'm telling you.
Okay, that's his life. Okay, that's what he decided to do. I'm going to respect him for his choice like I respect you for your choice. That's all. If I ask questions, quote your book, you know, okay. So what's wrong with that? I didn't say you're wrong.
Nothing wrong.
I didn't say give it up.
No,
I didn't tell my son. I knew my son
happens.
way before I ever met you, Armando Vargas.
That's true. I know. But tell you what though, when you quote the book, right? You can't just believe what you want to believe from the book. Since you are a non-believer, you can't do that. That's wrong.
I don't interpret it to suit my narrative. That's the difference.
Oh yes, you do. Oh
no,
yes, you do.
Because I said that's exactly what it says, and I tell you that's exactly what it says right there. Why would I want to do that if I love my parents? I can't. I couldn't do that. Like I said,
all right. But let me ask you something. Is one of the commandments saying don't dishonor your parents? Do you agree with that commandment?
No, it says honor thy father.
Right. No. Don't dishonor your parents.
It doesn't say don't dishonor. It says honor. Honor them.
To honor. Same thing. Don't dishonor. Honor them. Same thing. Let's not play semantics, sir. I want to know if you agree with that.
Well, yeah, but so what's wrong
but you don't. But so that's what I tell you, that you're trying to fit your narrative when you say Jesus says to leave your parents. You see, gotcha. You're fitting your own narrative.
But Jesus says he came. He did not bring peace, but a sword where son would go against.
Yeah,
parents.
but what does that mean?
My parents, if I honor them.
There you go.
Okay, I can't do that.
Because you are a non-believer. You are caught up in this web, sir.
No, it's not a web, because you're telling me something, and you're right. I agree. You honor your father and your mother. You respect them. You honor them. Yes, but then Jesus said, "I'm going to turn you against your parents." And I said, "Well, I can't believe in this." It's okay.
Well, that's
fine.
not. No, no. The thing is
I didn't say
separating.
it was wrong. I'm
No, no.
saying
I'm telling you, it's separating the love of Jesus and your parents. A whole two different ball games, sir.
well, I love my
They're two
parents.
different things.
I loved my
You could love
parents.
your parents all you want. What I'm telling you is that
And I knew my
they're not
parents way
sufficient.
before. I knew
They're
my
not
parents way
sufficient.
before I ever knew of the word
This
Jesus.
is what I'm telling you. This is what I'm telling you. You could honor your parents all you want. I honor my parents. You have never heard me saying anything bad, remotely bad about my parents. Never, ever heard that.
I wouldn't expect you to. Well, so what's
Okay.
the point?
My point is that atheists do the opposite. You saw Liz dishonor his parents, didn't you?
Who?
You saw Liz Search dishonor his parents, right?
Well, the boy's got issues. I mean, he's got issues whether he believes in God or not. You know,
Right. So what I'm saying,
you're going
what
to
I'm
the
saying is that
extreme with him.
Jesus,
You
Jesus
know,
protects.
Uncle May and I figured that out about him early on.
Well, I have found many atheists to go down this road.
Okay, that's a bit. I've found plenty of pedophile preachers, and
That's true. I'm no Christian, man. I'm no
there's good and
preacher.
bad
I
in
don't
every
know.
crowd. There's good and bad in
Listen,
every crowd.
I don't.
Armando Vargas. There's
I'm
good
not a
and bad in every
Christian,
crowd.
man.
And all I can say is, and I know it's true. There's good and bad in every crowd. And
There you go.
so what's wrong? You know, what's wrong with just calling out for what it is and just say,
There's no
okay,
bad. There's
you
no
know,
bad in Jesus, sir. There's
I
no
didn't
bad in
say there was.
Jesus.
I didn't
No, I'm
say
just
that.
saying. I'm just
We were
saying there
talking
isn't.
about. Okay, you're changing the topic. Okay, fine. Go ahead.
There may be bad in me. You know, I may say something wrong, but there's no bad in Jesus. You can't judge Jesus through me. Are you fucking crazy?
No. The point that I've always made to all of you is, why don't you live up to what Jesus spake?
It's too fucking difficult. You get it?
Oh,
It's too
okay.
difficult.
Then why do you judge others?
I don't judge you.
You don't judge. You calling me stupid, and I'm
No,
telling you
no, we were
there's two
talking about
different things. I'm telling you I'm
stupid.
ignorant. I don't know, which means stupid, which means you know already but don't pay attention.
No, you're getting caught up in words. I'm saying ignorant and stupid are related. You like that word? They're related.
Two
Yes, they are.
different things. Ignorance can be
No,
cured.
they're related.
Ignorance
You're
can be
just
cured.
exaggerating the word stupid. You think the word stupid is worse than ignorant. You think
It
being
is.
ignorant.
It is,
No,
Armando
it's not.
Vargas. Ignorance
No, it's
can be
not, sir.
cured. Ignorance can be cured.
Yeah, and
Stupidity goes
stupidity
on.
can't be cured.
Ignorance can be cured. Stupidity goes on.
No, oh, so stupidity can be cured.
Cannot be cured.
Oh no, then you're playing semantics, sir. Again.
No, I'm not playing semantics. I'm telling you, it's two different things. Like you're saying, God and the
Sorry.
devil. That's two different things.
Right.
Is God good? I'm asking you a question. Is God good?
Yes.
Is Satan good?
No.
Okay, that's two different things, like ignorance and
Right.
stupidity.
No, do the same thing. Do the same thing with ignorance and stupidity.
It's not this. Ignorance can be cured.
So can stupidity, sir.
cannot, huh?
So can stupidity.
No, you cannot cure a stupid person.
Yes, you can, man.
No.
Yes, you can. You got that wrong. Yes, you can.
No, you cannot cure a stupid person. You cannot. They're stupid, period. It's stupid.
Well, then you quit on them. I don't quit on them, sir.
Well, no, but if a person already has that mindset, you're not going to change their mind, no matter how good you
I
are.
disagree.
Well, put it this way: I've tried it, and I realized over time, because as a business person, I tried to talk to stupid people, but it's not going to work. I had stupid employees. That's right, and they had great education, but they were stupid people, and I got them out of there quick. I was not going to let them spoil my field. No. Oh yeah, my senior officer was a racist. Do you understand that?
Do you think that racist is stupid?
It's pretty stupid, yeah, because it's quite bad.
That could be cured.
It's quite bad. But he couldn't fire me. He couldn't fire me. You know why, Armando Vargas? Because I'm bright. It's like you can't get rid of me.
You could say you're bright. You could say that all you want, man.
No, I prove it. I keep proving it to you.
You could prove it. You could say it all you want. Listen, I don't believe in your brightness unless I hear someone else say it. You understand that?
But you said you were in other chats and they brought up my name. You said so
Yeah,
yourself.
so
You went to other chats, and they brought up my name. You didn't ask about Ronan Canucci. They
so
brought,
what?
hey man, have you heard about this guy Ronan Canucci? And then you
Listeners,
told me in
said he
chat
heard
you
about me
were
before
impressed. That's
meeting
right.
me as well.
Other people have called me out, and you were in there, and you didn't even think about me.
All right.
They brought
Stop
me up.
promoting yourself. Stop promoting yourself.
Wait a
'cause it's
minute,
not gonna
you're
work.
the one that promoted me. You're the one that brought it up.
Nah, you
That's
think
why
you
I
think you're
remember
too
that. You're the
you
one
think
that
you're
brought
too
it
important.
up.
Listen, we're just a bunch of YouTubers here. Just relax a little bit, sir. All right. There's nobody here more important than anybody else. Let's relax a little bit with that. Now, the fact that they were speaking about you in another room is one thing. I probably told you because Liz Search told me that he heard about me before meeting me. I used that against him. I probably spoke to you and told you, oh, I heard about you before meeting you. But this is not true. I met you, then I heard people speaking about you in another room. And it's in the chat, not in voice, not in nothing. Okay? Let's just relax. We all know that Newsmax is not the only place you go to. You go to other networks and you speaking of you're blowing up something that's not there, sir.
And they all say the same thing. They can't say anything bad about Ronan Canucci because he knows what he's talking about.
Oh yeah,
You
man.
know
What
it.
are you talking
And
about?
you
There's
know
people in
it.
this room
And
that
you
says bad
know
things
it.
about you, man.
That's the difference. And you know it. If they
I disagree with you.
if anywhere you go, you're gonna find the same comments about Ronan Canucci, and
That's not
that's
true.
the difference. I'm
That's
consistent.
not true.
I am
That's not
consistent.
true.
And if there's
That's a lie,
anything
sir.
different, it's because
That's
they're
a lie.
making it up and they're making, and you know it. You're that smart,
No, the
Armando.
problem is
I
that that's a
know
lie.
you're that smart that you know the difference. You know it. You know
Listen.
it.
The
That's
only
the
people that agree
difference.
with you are atheists. Okay? But you can understand this. The only people that agree with you are non-God believers.
Lighter doesn't agree with me.
Lyserge is with you though. He loved you in the beginning.
Yeah,
Didn't he?
but until I call him
Right.
out, hey man,
Boom. There goes
you're
your
acting
proof.
just like a theist. He acts like an autocrat. He claims to be, caring about people. He doesn't. He doesn't. You heard me call him out. The word was egalitarian. Actually, you were the one. Actually, that's right. On a scale of 1 to 10, you said, you asked him, and he said, and then he won't answer you directly. He said, I'm an egalitarian, and that's when I jumped in. No, you're not. No, you're not. No, you're not. You're an autocrat, but you're not an egalitarian. Wait a minute. Hey, I have
I'm
said
an egalitarian.
before, I got voted out of an atheist group here where I live at. Okay, even atheists don't want me around.
But you can't tell me Christians don't like me.
No, the Christians they care for you, and they want to.
No, even the atheists care for
They
me.
care for. Even though you don't like it, a lot more people care for you than you're willing to admit.
I can't tell.
Yeah, yes, you can tell. The ladies on the chat say so often, and you know it. But you want to, I know you want to protect yourself from being vulnerable. I understand that.
Right. I don't want to get emotionally invested.
Right. Don't. Yeah. Well, and it's good and it's bad, because you don't know. Because if you trust too much, they might hurt you. I understand that. I do understand that. Okay. I understand you're trying to, shield yourself, right, for potential heartache. Not that it's going to kill you or make you poor. It's just that you trusted someone and your trust was basically dismissed, and they turned on you or did something that would basically question your position and trust toward them. Yeah, I get it. I think
humans. I think humans are so diverse, so different that I'd rather not even deal with it.
But you have to address them. That's the problem, right?
Yes.
Because if you don't address them properly, well, you wouldn't be in business, because some of your customers, I know, you look at them and you hear them and, oh man, I know what this is.
And I have to eat up everything.
But you have
everything
to
I think about them, I have to eat up everything.
Yeah, you have to deal with business. Yes, you have to deal with the business at hand, in spite of the customer being, let's just say, uneasy, with you or something, and something or an idea. Yeah, I get it.
Like where I work at, you know what it shows me? It shows me that, like, I used to have this idea that the customer is always right. But when you deal with them, like when you deal with rich people or anybody that wants to indulge in your business, they actually have control of you.
Yes and no. Yes and no.
Right, right. I could
You agree
choose
to an
to
idea.
keep
You
a job.
agree to an idea. You agree to an idea. It's like myself, right? In my field of work, design and engineering, right? I had customers, you know, I got a degree in this, a PhD in that, and then, you know, and then I would tell them, and I would look at their paperwork and say, well, this is not going to work. You know, oh, I know it's going to. Look, let me introduce you to my senior officer, right? You know, there's only one guy above me. I ran the show, the general manager, right? Boom, here you go. And then my senior officer would be polite about it, and the good old boy, racist good old boy, and you know, the guy would walk off, but he'd give me a mean look before he left. You know, the customer is not always right. It's the idea of focusing on what's best for the customer. You know,
Look, in my dad's company, there's a lawyer, right? And he's went to school all his life, right? And when you see him write, you can see the illiteracy in his pen. He writes like a slob.
yep,
This,
bad
right.
penmanship.
So
Yeah, okay.
no, I'm just saying, even with the prescriptions, with the doctors, when they give you a prescription, you can see
Yeah,
the lettering. You can
yeah.
see
I
it.
think doctors are supposed to write like that on purpose. It's like a little fail-safe system, so you know other people can't just write it all out and you know copy the prescription.
Yeah, the autograph.
Right. I think the doctors are like supposed to be like that, but if it's a lawyer or somebody who's supposed to be able to write clearly, yeah, yeah, they just have bad penmanship. They might be smart, book smart, but they don't know. You know, they don't know how to use a shovel. You know, that's a problem. You know, I've had those clowns before. You know, they don't know what they're doing in terms of, making
You
something.
don't think that show that I was showing you right now, you don't think that guy is wise? Look, all he's saying is this. The scientific nature of the human body is embedded with Jesus himself. The seals you have on your lungs, the amount of ribs you have, he's just connecting dots. He's not saying to believe in God. All he's saying is that look at these coincidences. It wasn't to
It's
yeah, it wasn't to
coincidence
convey.
based
No,
on simple geometry. It's okay. So what? Simple
I think
geometry.
it's awesome. I
Geometry.
just think I didn't know it. I didn't know the human anatomy till like seeing this guy talk about it. I couldn't understand chromosomes. I couldn't understand the iodine, guanine. I didn't understand none of that stuff.
Okay.
He showed it easier for me.
Okay.
That's
I mean,
it, man.
I studied it decades ago. It's no different now, but at least
No, it never changed.
when I studied it, and I'm reading through this book, it doesn't jump to different topics. You know, stick to the topic. You know, this is the one point. Okay, and then he says, okay, we'll put this aside here, and then we'll get back to this, and I'll add it up later. No, he's just mixing it all in all at one time. It's like a buffet. You know, you can look all the way around, but you don't really know what you want to eat until you get there. You know, it's like, well, no,
What's wrong with that?
What's wrong with that is that it's confusing to somebody who wants to get an idea down right and then figure out what else is
Yeah,
there.
but maybe he's conveying to a maybe you need to see it like this.
No,
Maybe you need to see it like the way.
it's called word salad, Armando Vargas.
No. Check this out.
Word salad. He's just
maybe
mixing
he's
up a bunch
created.
of things to basically take up time on camera.
Listen. Maybe he's created videos that break those things down, and that video has a different message. You can't say
No, I'm good. You're good too. You know, you can easily profile people. Come on, you're
no.
not.
You can't profile.
No,
You
you're a lot
can't
wiser
judge.
than you let on to be, Armando Vargas.
Yeah, but you can't judge. You can't judge.
You're a
a book.
lot wiser. No, I can judge. Guess what? I don't believe
No,
in
you
God.
can't judge. No. Listen to the words I'm using.
I know exactly what I'm talking about because I've
Listen to
seen
the
guys
words I'm
like this
using.
all
You
of my
cannot
life.
judge a book by its cover. You cannot judge a woman because she is dressed like a whore to be a whore.
Well, that's true. That's true.
That's all I'm saying. I don't have those judgments.
Right. I do. Because if I see
I
a,
don't,
I see a,
I don't want to be wrong.
it's not the
I
cover.
don't get it.
Remember, it's not the cover that I was looking at. It's what he was saying. Okay.
Still the cover. Still.
No.
Yeah.
If
No.
I,
You gotta see.
if I look at that man, never having met him before in my life, never having heard him, speak, and I met him, "Oh, hello, sir," start chatting with him, right? And then if he starts off with this confusing, a number of ideas, I'm going to think, okay, this guy is just trying to basically, what do they call it, snowball me, right? He's just trying to overwhelm me because he just knows a
See,
bunch
so
of
you
ideas.
stop listening.
In other words, it's like listening to Lyserge, right? Well, yeah, it's a bunch of ideas, but you can't
You
build
and
on
Lyserge
that,
have a
dude.
problem.
What's that?
You and Lyserge need to deal with that little problem you guys have between each other.
No, I could tell you what the problem is. Lyserge is bright man. He can quote all sorts of stuff accurately and all this brilliant memory. But can he build on that? No. I gave him a couple of ideas in science, and he thought I was like freaked out. No. This is science, man. No, he's got an excellent memory for things, but he's not egalitarian. He's an autocrat. He's basically a very insecure person. So what? And I know a bunch of them. It's his problem, not mine. And he's not willing to admit he's wrong. And Grizz London proved him wrong, along with Uncle May and who was it, Jay Tudor. And I agree with all three of those guys. And remember, and I'm not associated with those gentlemen. And Lyserge, because of his pride, will not admit he's wrong. Okay. And like you said, from 1 to 10, and he said, I'm an egalitarian. And then that's why, like I said, again, I'm repeating myself. That's why I jumped in. No, he's not. He's not an egalitarian. He's not at all. Of course, that's his problem, not mine. I'm not wrong. I know what I'm talking about. Doesn't mean that I'm right. It's that I have the best idea, and he can't change that idea because he would have to admit he's wrong, and he won't. Simple. Mike out.
Have a nice cup of coffee. Couple of biscuits.
Biscuits? Yeah, it's been some time since I had a biscuit. I got to go to the store now. Oh, man, now I got to go to the store, buy some biscuits. I got to bake them up. Honey. I guess I got to get some honey, too. Honey. I got butter already, but I need some honey. Now I got to make biscuits. Doggone it. Thank you, I guess. Because I haven't had biscuits in a long time. Oh well. Thanks, D-Beck.
Got your biscuits and a hot drink.
I don't know. If we have like here, I think we have like Pillsbury or Kraft. They're companies, right? It comes. There's about like 8 biscuits in a tube, right? Here, right, and you just basically take off the seal. You bump it on the corner of a counter, and it pops open, and then you got these biscuits, right, with the dough, right, and you just lay them out. I use parchment paper, right, and you just cook them up. Do you have anything like that there, D-Beck?
Nah, we have packets of biscuits already made, like a cookie.
Oh, they're ready-made. Oh, no. The ones I like using, you have to like bake them yourself. They're more economical, but I guess, well, wait a minute. We do have bakers here, but the ones the good ones that I know of are pretty far away, about 8 kilometers away. And it's kind of like really foggy and wet today, so I don't really want to go that far. I have a radio on my bicycle, and I don't want to get that radio wet because I already lost one for the rain. I don't care if I get wet, but oh yeah. So okay. We have bakeries here. Oh yeah, but biscuits. So they're like a cookie. Okay. No, the ones I'm thinking about are soft. They're kind of like soft, pliable.
I'll have to do a few pictures of biscuits. You must call them something else.
Oh, apricot jam. No, honey and apricot jam. Man, the power of marketing.
Well, that was entertaining, if nothing else.
Oh yeah, it's always entertaining. Now I gotta go and to the store.
Hey, D-Back, who's Anders, man?
That's Rosie's boyfriend.
Isn't he's okay?
Yeah, he's okay. That's Sean. Sean Hennessy. That's Anders. Yeah. And so this is Christmas. What have you done? Detail. Yeah. See, they're all in the Christmas spirit. DDD. We'll have to do a big meet-up in a neutral country, yeah? Yeah. I'd sitting with Simpson. Yeah. Hey, Dave, what country you reckon we could all meet up in? Syria? Italy? Nah. Yeah, let's think. I'd say Morocco. Mm-hmm. Because most of them smoke weed. Be cheaper as well, Morocco. Yeah. What do you reckon, Rose? We'll meet up in Morocco, eh? Simpsons singing in text. Pardon me. I'll have to go take dog out. Scooper time.
I knew that that video was gonna have Ronan's demon going crazy.
Yeah, that was the end of it.
Yeah. I only played that video because it's non-profit. I need to find more videos like they're non-profit. I mean, it's about the only one that won't get me jammed up.
Oh, it was legal to stream that then, yeah?
Yeah, it was legal to stream that.
Oh, no. Doggy walkies.
Yeah, I like animal documentaries the most. I saw this ant documentary that was amazing. I just went to go look for it, and I was gonna play it, but I think it's Discovery Channel, and it was a non-profit.
All right. Hmm.
They'll tell you the license when you click on the description. It tells you the license if it's non-profit or it's copyrighted or whatever.
Well, good thing about wildlife ones, you can still speak over them. Yeah. We'll be back in a bit. Boom, boom.
Did you like the video? Oh, you left? Okay.
Yeah, it was interesting. I'll have to watch a bit of it later on a stream. I missed a bit. I watch anything.
decade, I can be the one. Never sleep again until we see the sun. Stare at yourself for hours in the mirror. Don't tell lies, it's been said before. Make up your mind, time starts. So let's get to all the things that we fear. Let's make this nightmare last forever. Standing inside the eye of fear. You call my name. We always search for something more. You call me.
One of the women has got bitten by the big spider, and now she's turning blue, like a smurf. Oh shit, she's dead. Now they've called in the US Marines to help. Well, they ain't going to be much use, are they? Right, I'm going to cook dinner. Vegetable lasagna it is. Bye.
Oi, oi, D. Who are you, D? Hello. D. Is it me you're looking for? That you, Simpson? Wouldn't answer anyway. Everything to this record. Thanksgiving. Goodbye, Redskins. Goodbye, Redskins. Out football. Switch. Next door. Well, they're having a party. So on. Tommy. Hey, Tommy.
I say, how you doing, boy?
Yeah, that was a nice cake there you showed, but I think we've got them, but not so many layers of cream.
No. We have Italian bakeries in my city that'll kick your ass.
Italian bakeries in every city.
Yeah.
And restaurants. restaurants.
There's a bakery in New York City called Venero's. 3 o'clock in the morning, you'll see limousines lined up and down the street just to buy their baba rooms, the Napoleons, the bada bing, bada boom.
Yeah. Yeah, they do good ice cream.
Well, we also have something in New York City called shaved ice. You know what shaved ice is? It's in the summertime when they just scrape the ice and pour juice all over it. Oh man, it's so good.
Yeah, we call them slushies. Yeah, we used to go to an Italian cafe in Glasgow, had about 200 different flavours of ice cream.
I mean, in September, down in Little Italy, we have something called the San Gennaro Festival. I mean, you start with a sub sandwich with sausage and peppers and onions. Then you go to some little ice cream. Then you go to little zeppolis. Oh, marron.
Right, you know this jumping about hangouts. I mean, there's 2 different hangouts. Then there's Amando's YouTube stream. Yeah, we all bloody 3 of them.
The only hangouts I'm concerned with is the ones with the girls in it.
I mean, they may as well use one bloody text stream, you know. Everybody's got an apathy. They'll be just lethargic for the next few days.
So, Beck, you having family over for holidays or what?
No, we go visit them Christmas Day. Yeah. I don't like having a family over. They're a pain in the fucking ass.
I agree.
Probably see them, the older ones I'll see New Year's Eve, but usually ends up in a fucking argument, you know.
Of course, it's family.
Yeah. Yeah. I just have a drink and sit and watch. usually the women that set the guys off.
Yeah. So what else is new?
Always caused by the drink. Always started after the first few drinks, you know. See it coming like a fucking bus, you know.
That's when I head to my bedroom and shut the door and say, "Get the fuck away from me."
Oh, I've watched them for years, Tommy. You know, you see it coming when the females stop laughing at each other's stories, you know, and then they say, you sneak in a little snidey thing, then it gets a little bit worse, you know. It's like
Yeah.
they flag it, you know.
With age comes wisdom, Beck.
Yeah. Just can't let stuff lie sometimes. I'm turning more to the quiet life now. Can't be arsed with it all.
And rightfully so. I mean, what the fuck?
I could sit in a pub in the summer, you know, all afternoon and just watch the tourists, you know, enjoy themselves. You know, I could sit there with a couple of old fogies for hours and not say a word. Just watch the sun go down.
I'm with you on that one, brother. I'm with you on that one.
Just the cold weather makes everybody miserable, you know.
Right, but just don't get too relaxed, and you don't keep you got to keep the legs moving, my friend. Keep them active. Keep yourself active. I don't want to see you fucking getting fucking so sick at 75 years of age either.
Nah, stay active in my garden, you know.
Yeah, good.
I build up a sweat. You never exercise unless you feel it, you know.
Are you planning that wacky tobacco?
Oh, no.
I know.
No, I never get into that, really. Smoking a beer does me fine.
Yeah, me too, brother. Me too.
Half a cigar.
Like I've always said that you're a brother from another mother. That's my thing too, man. Cut me a couple of pints and a cigar, I'm good.
I'm missing the roast pork. Because I gave pork up, but I ain't giving my beef up.
Oh,
there's Rose back on the stream.
you know, I'm down to eating meat maybe about once a week now.
Yeah, I mean, I got into that, you know, fasting when you stop eating for a day.
Yeah.
I did that for a while. I don't know if it made me feel better. I lost a little bit of weight, but give your system a rest, flush yourself out, you know, detoxify.
I've started doing that maybe about 10 years ago when I first had my first colonoscopy, and they told me that I had to not eat for like 2 days. And I went through it. I said, well, this ain't that bad. I could give up maybe a day or two every now and again. And I do that.
Yeah.
I don't
2 days.
I don't drink that fucking shit that makes you that gives you diarrhea every 10 seconds. But I relax here's the deal. Whenever I have a big meal, 2 days after that, I'll relax.
Have you got the YouTube stream up?
Yeah, I'll check why.
There's an old desperate woman on there.
Oh, you talking about Packy?
I think it might be Dave.
Oh, well, the only YouTube I got on there is Armageddon, Armageddon de Armando Flamingo. Is there? I don't have any other shit on there.
You haven't got the old text up, have you? Because Rose and Dave are on the new one. You sure you haven't got the old stream up, Tommy?
No, I got the new one. I didn't see that one about Rose and Dave.
Yeah, they're chatting now.
What do they call that hangout?
No, the YouTube, Amando's YouTube stream.
Oh, I don't know. YouTube. Okay, I'll check it out. Hold on.
I'll post. You want me to post the link on the hangout?
No, I'll figure it out. Hold on a second.
Yeah.
Oh, there I am. Okay. Oh, who's Old Desperate Woman?
I think we're supposed to guess.
Oh, there I am. Okay. Oh, who's Old Desperate Woman?
I think we're supposed to guess.
Oh, there I am. Okay. Oh, who's Old Desperate Woman? Oh, shit. I gotta bail out on this fucking thing. Hold on a second.
No, just do the pop out with them three dots. Click on that, do a pop out, Tommy, and then shut YouTube down.
Okay. Oh, shit. I gotta bail out on this fucking thing. Hold on a second.
No, just do the pop out with them three dots. Click on that, do a pop out, Tommy, and then shut YouTube down.
Okay. Oh, shit. I gotta bail out on this fucking thing. Hold on a second.
Just do a pop out with them three dots. Click on that, do a pop out, Tommy, and then shut YouTube down.
Okay. Oh, shit.
Sounds better.
I'm working on it. When I hit the three dots, and it said, "Oh, it says there's a few more apps."
Oh no, the three dots on the, you know, where you type into the chat, there's three dots next to the smiley face.
Oh, so
an option.
I gotta dump out of the live video chat first, and then go to the YouTube stream, right?
You jump out, you can mute yourself and just load the YouTube stream, yeah?
All right, I'll do that.
And then the YouTube stream, where you type your text, is a smiley face with three dots. Click on the three dots.
Let me
Then you get a pop-out box to the left, you know, comes up with a text, and then shut YouTube down.
All right, let me try it.
No matter if it echoes, just keep talking as you're doing it.
Yeah.
You get there.
Yeah. All right, so back right now, I'm on the you on the chat here with just you and I, and that's all I got going here. So what do I do now?
You've loaded the YouTube chat.
Well, I could pull that up, but then I get the echo.
Yeah, it don't matter. That's the one you want.
Okay.
And then in the text box where you type in that YouTube chat,
all right,
there's three dots to the extreme right.
All right, yeah.
You know, as if you were going to type in the YouTube chat, there's three little dots, vertical dots to the right.
Yep.
You click on that and then click on pop out. Type in the YouTube chat.
When I do that,